We do.
Once it's set up, I would just.
It says it, in my Zoom, it says it's not. I do. Okay.
Maybe you're ready.
Okay, yep. Control to select multiple windows. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. That's it. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, so which one of the extras? Oh, come on, this is gonna be bad. Why is this not? For you.
Thank you.
David, I'm having trouble with it. I don't know why this is not. It's like it froze.
What's going on?
It's like it froze. It's not working. My Adobe froze. Weird. I was having a similar problem last time when we did it just the full Zoom. Here's my agenda. Okay, so here's my agenda. See it, it's all frozen.
So, Teresa, do you have also stuff on your desktop?
I have this box. There are boxes. Downloaded.
Well, I have the box open too. I have the box here. I could do that. The best we can do is close the door.
Just make sure it won't go with it. So I didn't make sure it's on.
All right, so we're gonna do this. Let's do. It's the body. Okay, I'm ready. I'm just gonna run it from box.
Okay. You won't be able to see it easily.
I know. But it's until I figure out why Acrobat's being a pain.
Are you on? Are we still?
You're,
Okay, cool.
okay, All right, so we're gonna call the February 10th, 2023 Central Board of Architectural Review hearing to order. 9/11. All right. Do we have any member of the public who wishes to address the board regarding an item that is not on today's agenda? I don't see any. Any online?
You have to check that. If there's any hands up,
Oh,
participants.
no.
Okay, so number 2, elections for chair and vice chair. I assume that's going to be me and Puck again. Does anybody else want to be chair? Really?
Oh, did you guys not do that last one?
No, it wasn't on the agenda.
Okay.
See no hands.
I see no hands. Nobody wants to fall on that sword. So I don't want to nominate myself.
You need a nomination?
Yeah.
Okay, I nominate Chair Clough to continue as our chair.
Second.
Puck seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I nominate Puck Erickson to be vice chair.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
This discussion, thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. All right, minutes of January 13th, 2023 will be considered. Also, the April 8th, 2022 will be reconsidered. Let's do the January 13th, Nicole. Do you want to share your screen for January 13th? Or the April?
Yeah, I can. Give me 1 second.
Are you asking her to share?
Yeah,
Oh, you have to give a rest.
hold on a second. We got to give you the ability to do
Okay.
that.
And I've joined twice, so
And then we'll-
Yeah,
Which one? So which one?
which one is it? We always have
Just
to,
do both. Just do both.
okay,
I'm not, sorry, I'm a little sick today. I'm not sure how to tell you which one. They both look the same.
it's okay. They're giving you both of you. Your,
Let's see. Okay, Nicole, you should be good to go.
Madam Chair,
yep,
are we talking about April 2022?
yeah, we will be in a minute. There'll be an explanation about why.
All right, are you seeing my screen?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Do we usually do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just you.
I got you. Does anybody have any comments? I didn't have any comments.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Are we talking about
The January 13th, last hearing.
January 13th
Uh-huh.
with our last meeting?
Yep.
So so January 13th was our last meeting, and that's one that we're reviewing right now.
At the moment, yes, that's what's on the screen.
I do have some comments, please.
Sure, and please limit these to actions and not the comments that we've already previously reviewed at the end of the hearing.
I'll give the comments I have. and if
Okay.
they're appropriate, I'm sure you'll let me know.
All right,
First of all, the document that we received, the title said, was not changed to show that it was the unapproved minutes.
yes, I understand that.
Okay, so we would want that to be correct, correct?
They're gonna make it say minutes in a minute anyway. once we approve them.
Okay. And then, under the comments, CBAR comments for number 1, I just have a few edits to make it read a little bit better, if I may. The first bullet, I'd like to suggest that it read as follows. Appreciate landscape design to consider consider design of the proposed hedge to be more open and inviting to the public.
So I think I'm happy to make the change, but I think we already went over these minutes.
Okay, you know what, then let's just leave it, and I'll just leave my comments.
And I don't think that was what we were talking about. I think that the comment, the way it's structured here,
Okay, all right, let's just leave it. I don't have any further comments.
okay. Does anybody else have any comments? And good catch on the title. I caught that as well, but
I don't have any further comments.
you good? Somebody like to make a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes of January 13th.
Okay, I'll second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Were there any refusals? Everyone was there? Excellent. Okay. Excellent.
You'll be all doing. Although you don't count rolls.
I put 5 of.
Because rolls are. Okay, Nicole, you want to put up the April and explain why we are looking at these again?
I'll do that.
Or David will
I'll
do
do
that?
that.
Okay,
Nicole, can you hear me? I'm sitting a little farther away from the owl.
I'm sorry, David, what was that?
I
can you
guess the
hear
answer is
him?
no.
He asked if you could hear
So unfortunately, I need this computer to explain this. I'll take it with me. So the issue was, this came up because one of our planners had asked me to close out a particular case because the way our permit processing system works, they can't close out the issue, the land use permit until final BARs is inserted. And so it was regarding the project number 3 on the agenda, Lat Ferguson addition and garage at 2102 High Meadow Drive in Solvang. And so I told the planner what the minutes say it only got preliminary. He's like, I'm promising you it got final as well. It's on the agenda for both. I said, well, the minutes were approved incorrectly then. So I reviewed the tape. It did receive final approval. So this is just kind of a cleanup item. We did actually go and we worked it in our system so he could issue the land use permit, but this is just a cleanup item to correct that particular item number 3. So it should say, was Erickson Lona's motion, seconded by Corwin to grant preliminary.
him. It's right there.
Okay, great.
Erickson Lonis motion, second by Corlin to grant preliminary and final approval carried by a vote of.
Yeah, so that should be what it should say. So it's just a cleanup item.
Yeah, it should say final, because I remember that.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And apparently the minutes as we approved them only said preliminary.
Yes.
So we are recapturing that final motion. This is an amendment to the approved minutes.
So do I have to make a motion?
Anybody can at this point to approve the minutes at this point.
I make a motion to approve the minutes of
April 8th, 2022.
2022. For item number 3 to revise approval to preliminary.
I will second. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor? Aye.
Abstain.
Okay, you don't technically have to,
Okay.
but that's okay.
Wasn't there?
That's all right. Okay, so that's,
thank you so
We're
much.
done?
I appreciate that.
Okay, let me go back to my agenda. Okay, so, agenda status report. I skipped over that, sorry, we went right to the minutes.
Let's move back over here. No changes to today's agenda.
Thank you. For CBAR members, informational briefings. Cassie, you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you. Chair Clark. I am wanting to announce to you all that today will be my last hearing. And I want to express my gratitude and honor to have served on this board. I appreciate it, and I'm very proud of the work that we've done together and our work to for this beautiful place that we live. So I want to let you know that I did send a notice to our chair and to the staff to let them know, but never knowing quite about the Brown Act. I didn't want to send it to all of you. So I did send that several weeks ago. But anyway, my thanks and gratitude.
And I just wanted to say, Cass, certainly on behalf of myself, but the board as well, but thank you very much. You made a great contribution to it.
Thank you.
To our
And
board.
yeah, thanks to you as a great chair, and to Puck as our vice chair, and to all of the members, and to our staff, and of course to the community. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for being with us. Anybody else have anything else to add under the member briefings? Okay, I would remind you that the Form 700s are, of course, are due here soon, as they are every year, but also the, what do you call it? Ethics training, thank you. I always want to call it the Brown Act training, it's ethics training, because it's more inclusive, is due, and we have somebody who's already turned theirs in, so let's keep it up. Puck turned hers in this morning, so, and that has to be printed out. You have to actually print it out and send it to David. Can you do an email copy? PDF? Yeah, you can scan it and do a PDF email, but it has to be signed and all that crazy stuff. Okay, member recusals?
Yes, Chair Clough, I need to recuse myself from item C1 and item 4, since I was not at those meetings and I did not have a chance to communicate.
Okay. Anybody else?
I also have to recuse myself from C1.
Okay. All right, staff update. Nicole?
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of items. I guess first of all, I have not forgotten, I'm still working on the sort of set of standard comments that we may want to add from time to time. Bethany will probably be reaching out to you for some coordination on that. And then coming up on the hearings, that you may be interested in, some in your area and some not. On February 22nd, 2023, at the County Planning Commission, the Long Range Planning Division is going to be giving their 2022 Comprehensive Plan Annual Progress Report. So for all the items that they've worked on over the year. And then this is 4th District, but it's an interesting, very large project. On March 8th at the County Planning Commission is the Solomon Hills General Plan and Rezone Application Acceptance, which is a pretty large project. So that might be an interesting one to watch. And that is all I have for you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
I have something.
Yes,
Sorry.
no worries.
Just in case you, just really quick, I know we're busy today, so I'm not gonna have to give a speech, but I just wanted to introduce, we have a new staff member for CBAR. So Jonathan is moving over to SBAR. And we have Teresa here, Castro. She works out of our North County office. She'll be resuming responsibility for both CBAR and the North Board of Architecture Review. And today we're so if you see me whispering to her, I'm kind of just explaining things as we go along. So she's really sharp. I'm sure that you'll love her. And I think that she brought business cards as well. So she can pass those out.
Do some access. Okay, thank you, David. Let's see, consent agenda. Item C1, 22 bar 00183 Hart Additions. Do we have someone here for that item?
I'm here. It's been with all the applicant.
Okay, let me go ahead and get your plans open here. You have to bear with me. My Adobe Photoshop or my Adobe Acrobat was not being cooperative this morning, so we're going to have to deal with.
No worries.
So, yeah, well, I'm worried about it, so you know.
The weather's too good.
Yeah. It's gonna be, okay, so it looks like we're up here. We didn't have any comments. Is this basically the same set? Is this the same set that you submitted?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, can you direct me to any changes you made?
Nope, I don't think I made any changes to the drawings. Actually, we added just a little more information on the route plan, gutters and downspouts.
Okay, so just gonna go through, that was demolition, this is your new floor plan.
Existing roof, new roof.
Here's your fixture. Okay,
Oh, sorry, I added the building section sheet. That's what we did. There you go.
this section, okay.
Yeah, some sections of the building.
And your details.
Yes.
Okay. Somebody like to make a motion to, what are we here for?
I'll make a
Final?
motion for final.
Okay, second.
I'll second.
Robin seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstain? Abstain. Okay. We had two recusals. Yeah, Cass and Lowell, as previously stated. Okay, thank you very much. Let me, I'm just gonna go ahead and pop up your color board because it hasn't changed. That's perfect. All right, thank you very much, sir. You have a great day.
Thank you, you too.
Okay, so item number 1, 22 bar 00262 Rasmussen Trust Barn. Let's see.
I have to recuse myself. from this.
Number 1,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, you gotta
Yeah,
step
I
out.
forgot.
Yeah, we should have made you guys step out too. Well, you got time because it's gonna take forever to load, so.
And Bethany, I think there's a staff memo for this one that you might
Yep.
want to take a look at
I was just.
if you haven't already.
I have looked at it, but. Is this, okay. So you wanna give us the highlights, Nicole?
Sure. Basically, this project came in, has been scheduled for CBAR, but in the meantime, the planner was able to provide some feedback to the applicant on their project, and it's proposing about 5,000 cubic yards of grading, which in staff's estimation is not consistent with the policies for minimization of grading. And so staff gave that feedback to the applicant, and my understanding is the applicant was open to that feedback, and they're in the process of making some revisions, but that they still wanted the opportunity to come to CBAR and at least present what they had at this point.
Because they were already here. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Hey, Bethany, Brett Jones here.
Yes, Brett, you want to go ahead and get us located and everything while I
Yeah,
load?
I'll probably have James do that. Just a quick note that your last comment that we had previously been here, we were here for the house, not for this. This project is the barn.
Right.
So we are on Ballard Canyon Road, just past the old landfill site, past Larner Winery on the south side of Ballard Canyon. As you would, turn off from Chalk Hill, instead of going straight, you'd make a left and head to Buellton.
That's weird. Sorry.
No problem. And James Kyle is here too, from Blackbird.
Yes. Good morning, members of the board. This is James Kyle with Blackbird Architects, and I can speak to the grading memo and present the project whenever it's
well, appropriate. As soon as you see, you can start talking.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for your attention to the project today, and congratulations on your re-elections. So the grading situation, the main residence project, which is at the top of the site, requires a considerable amount of grading. So what you would see in the grading plan for the barn incorporates cut or spoils from that upper site down at the base of the site. Essentially, it's the intention to balance the cut and fill on the site as a whole for all the projects. The way it was presented, it would be better to isolate the barn project and the grading associated with that barn project. And so in the next hearing, we'll have an updated grading plan that reflects that. And it's 900 cubic yards of cut and 600 cubic yards of fill. We already have a plan for that, but it was too late to swap that in for this hearing.
Okay, so this is the house you were talking about.
That's correct.
And then this is the barn site where you're using spoil from that site for this one.
That's right. This area here was right here was identified for cut to be relocated there, spoils, yes. But generally speaking, that has no relation to the barn project. It's we're kind of just increasing the slope there, and a place to balance cut and fill on the site. So that's why we wanted to still present today and stay on this conceptual review.
Okay.
And then Bethany, just from staff's perspective, I just wanted to say that the policies for Hillside Ridgeline are kind of varied, and include provisions to try and reduce alteration of natural topography, whether it be from cut or fill. So that the change described may or may not end up being found consistent by staff, but we don't have the plans yet, so we'll look at what applicant gives us in the future, but they may still be asked to reduce their alteration of the topography.
Okay.
Yeah, and we
Does
look
staff
forward
want-
to, sorry, go ahead.
For you, sir, I would just say, do we have an elevation of the barn? I'm not seeing any.
The elevation is 613 feet. That's
There
it's,
we go.
yeah,
It's taking a while to load. Sorry, it's my computer.
no problem at all. Yeah. Yeah, the
It
site
is a
plan
problem, so
shows
thank
that.
you for being polite. There we go. I found him. It finally loaded.
Oh, the building elevations, yes.
Yes.
Yes, so yeah, in any particular order, I can speak to these.
Just tell us what you need to tell us, and then we can
Sure.
move into our comments.
Okay, yeah, so the overall massing of the barn is intended to keep it low profile below the 16-foot limit from existing grade. You know, a barn in itself requires height for storage of tractors and other items like that. And so we're trying to stay within the limits, but also provide a generous space. And the shape of the roof, you can see, has this kind of butterfly shape. That relates to the main residence up the hill. There's a butterfly shaped roof on that project. And overall, the siding and the roofing is corrugated metal. The building is an ag exempt structure. It's under a 3,000 square foot limit to do that, and it would be a manufactured steel building system from CBC Steel Buildings, built by Kenneth Hollister Construction, doing business as Horse Housing Construction. Yeah, these sections, you can also see that butterfly shape, overhead doors for bringing in equipment, unloading, loading, and so forth. Slab foundation, exposed slab floors, unconditioned space, essentially just a metal building.
Okay, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in this area here, you're basically cutting off the top.
That's
that
correct.
whole
This,
hill.
yes, this whole site is sloped, and this appeared to be the best area to actually limit grading. There's a bit of a knoll right where this is, and based on where existing grades are and where roof lines are, we're able to stay under that maximum 16-foot height limit. The roof is a 1 in 12 slope pitch. There's I think that's mainly it. You can see there's a proposed all-weather driveway for accessing the barn. The access from the barn comes from the western property easement. There's no connection between upper part of the site and lower part of the site on the site itself, other than maybe like a trail. And then the lighting that's proposed, you could also see that on the elevations and also the lighting plan. They're your traditional gooseneck barn sconce light fixture, downward aiming, LED, high efficacy, and dark sky compliant.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nicole, quick question. Is staff looking for our feedback regarding the grading?
Hi, Bethany. Yes, we would appreciate Steve-R's thoughts in terms of the grading and the design as it relates to the topography and any alteration of the terrain. We would appreciate your thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any quick questions for clarification or before I go to public comment? Are there any member of the public who wishes to speak regarding item number 1? Let's make sure I'm still on 1. And you need to check through.
Oh, yeah, these are on others.
Okay, gotcha. All right, seeing none, we'll go to board comments. Who wants to start?
Sure, I'll jump in.
Okay, thanks, Kath.
I think this is a really nice project, and I appreciate the simplicity of it, and yet it has a nice aesthetic with the butterfly roof. I think it's very nice and appropriate. And those would be my comments. I'll leave the grading issue to others.
Okay. Why is my screen doing this? Robin? Or Denise?
I guess that given that we're not going to see the revised rating until subsequent meeting, it's hard to give comment.
Okay, I do have some comments on the grading. Do you have any comments on anything else? Or
I agree with Cass, the structure seems fine.
Denise?
I have a quick comment. Could you go real quickly to the erosion control plan, is what it was, the drainage plan? I'm sorry, I can't get my screen to move either, but James, could you look at the distance between the building? I know this is just a concept plan, but the distance between the edge of the buildings and your drainage swales, just hoping that you look at that you have enough room to maneuver equipment in and out of the building between your swale and the, and I think it's that one.
Yeah, I think it's this one. I'm sorry, guys, it's just showing a black screen.
Yeah, it looked a little bit close, and I know you haven't fleshed out that circulation around the building yet, but it looked a little bit tight for the swale adjacent to the building.
Is it this one here?
Yeah, and also on the other side.
And there is that over there. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for that comment.
Okay.
That's a good point, and we will study that in this next grading revision. But thank you for that.
I think that my comments about the grading are that typically when I see something that's subject to hillside ridgeline, and the way you've created your compliance is to take a lot of the top of the hillside or a knoll off to just create a flat site, that's not usually indicative of good design, I guess, in a way, because you're not really working with that landform. That said, we do often ask people to push things into the hillside, and so there is very much a balance there. But as far as using this what looks like a 2-to-1 slope, I'm not sure that's what it is, but that's
3
up on
to
the
1.
side. Yeah, a fairly steep slope over on that side. Regardless, that's not the best way to that I've used in the past. It's not one of the better techniques to deal with your spoil on site. I'm sure that on a site this side, you can find some better ways to do that. And I'm sure you're in process of doing that. And that hence Robin's comment about we can't see what you're planning to do, so we can't give a lot of feedback on that. But I'm really interested to see what you do come in with next time. I can see why you chose the Knoll site. But it's going to be challenging with a structure of this size on that small of a knoll. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you come in with and seeing that you're not, in essence, creating more spoil by removing a lot more material. So it'll be a challenge, and I'm really excited to see how you deal with it. So. And I love the design of the building. It's a wonderful looking building. I have no issues with the building. I love that it responds to the design of the main house, and it's in keeping with everything on site. It's truly lovely. So
Thank you for these comments.
On the site. All right. Item number 2, 22 bar 00233, El Yamato, new single-family dwelling and accessory structures.
Do we need to go get Puck?
Madam Chair,
Yep,
do we have any extra agendas? For some reason, the agenda I printed out, everything is a different order.
yep, it changed.
Yeah, I hope I repeat myself to the correct one. Rancho, Luis boarding, and training facility.
Yes, you did. That was item number 4. Yeah, the box numbers were completely discombobulated as far as, so, yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
So which one are we on?
We're on El Yamato, which in box, I think was 3, but it's actually item number 2 on the agenda. I have it on 2 on this agenda. The one that I picked up right there. Yep,
Also downloading the files if you want
okay. We could do that too. I just need to figure out, get my stuff done.
No worries.
Need to get it to work. I had it all set up. They were all open, they were downloaded, they were ready to go, and it doesn't want to work. So. Yeah, see, it still won't. Yeah,
I have this ready if you want to.
go ahead and share it. You can just, you can leaf through them. It's mine. Stop my share. I don't know why it's being such a pain. Okay. And the previous comments were, while David finishes that, the garage with unit above is a successful design, suggests transforming the modular structure by adding a built shade structure, roof trellis outside the structures in lieu of the shade sails. The shade sails may not be the best long-term solution. In addition, a built shade structure could help transform the modular and help to relate the design to the barn storage structure. Large boxed mature oaks would also provide shade in a manner preferable to the shade structures. I think that means shade sails. Consider additional screening at the southwest corner. Consider including a pedestrian pathway from the modular structures to the barn. Okay, and we have folks here for number 2.
Yeah, good morning, board. Greg Schmatt here.
All right. Can you
Sorry about my-
please, no worries. Take it away, and if you could just talk about how you addressed the comments from last time, that'd be excellent.
Sure. So basically on the comments on the shading, we ended up re-looking at that and came up with a permanent trellises on each of the units, the main residence and the ADU. If you go to sheet 1.2, if you kind of scroll down a little bit, I think 1.2 wasn't labeled, but you can go after 1.1.
What page in the PDF is that?
You're gonna need to go a little further.
It's number 5 on your, there it is. So basically the trellis, that's kind of the look in picture form. I'm gonna add some cedar to the top of these other ones. But if you go to the details on 1.4, which is 2 more sheets down, right, one more, right there. So basically I'm using white flange columns and a beam, and then a couple tube steels that go across with the cedar on top. The cedar will tie in with some screening that's already on these units. So it should be a nice look. You can see them on the floor plans. If you scroll down to the modular plans, which are kind of towards the end here. That's the barn. Yeah, right. Let me see it. Yeah, so basically you can see it in elevation there on the, is that the main? Yeah, the main residence. So basically I put it on the south side, cantilevering the beams for a nice look. And then we did the same thing on the smaller ADU. And then if you go down a little bit further, they have a 3D version of it, which kind of helps past all this. There you go. I mean, it's kind of, these are a lot smaller version. So that's the main house from the entry, from the driveway side. This is like more the south side. So basically the steel with the nice slatted look, keep it tight on the cedar on the top. And then there it goes. That's still the main house. But it kind of softens the existing boxy look and provides the shade.
Okay. Do you need to talk about the landscape at all, or were there any changes to the landscape?
Kim, you want to chime in on that? I think there was comment on the hedge.
Yeah, on sheet 2 of the landscape plan, we've got photos of the site, and that southwest corner in photo number 2 there and 3, you can see is already pretty thickly vegetated, and with what's already happening on that property line and the mature oak between it and the structure, the owner didn't feel the need to add additional 2 rows of hedging in there. So we didn't add anything to that corner since it's already so dense, and we weren't sure if the board understood that context last time. So we didn't add anything there since it's already so densely screened. And regarding the pathway, the owner feels it will just happen organically as they're walking back and forth, and she didn't feel the need to add a formal paved pathway between the house and the barn. She feels it'll just occur as the site, as they're there. Other than that, the only change to the landscape plan, if we go to sheet I think it's L4, our planting plan. So a couple more sheets down. Keep going. Stormwater, keep going. Past that. And so of course we took the shade trellises off the layout plan, but and then coming down to landscape, one more sheet. So L7, keep going.
This is good that we're
we
looking
go.
at all of it.
Yep. Quickly, yeah, quick reminder of what's happening. So we were asked by staff, because of the 20-foot landscape buffer there, to increase the amount of planting on the north property line there. So we've added more shrubs and ground cover to that area to get to fill that property line planter out. And then I believe you've seen the rest of the landscape before. So it's just the same native species along that north property line. And then we've kept the rest of the planting as it was before. And if there's
Okay.
anything else you'd like me to cover, I'd be happy to. But other than that, that's it for the changes to the landscape.
Okay, any questions before the clarification? Okay. I'd add a quick question. The hedging that was in the pictures that's already there, is that on the adjacent property?
It is on the adjacent property. They've got a hedge and they've got numerous trees. And on that second sheet, there's an aerial photo there, so you can see the amount of screening.
I just needed to clarify that for myself.
Yep.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Quick question?
Kim, for your pasture, it looks like it's also inside the stormwater detention. You have the pasture and stormwater is in the same location. Are you concerned about that? Standing water within the pasture? On the south side?
I think the perk rate's going to be fairly quick there, and there's numerous pastures they can move the horses around in. So the owner wasn't concerned about that.
Okay. Any other? Okay.
And we are berming it a little bit there, so it will contain it in that area.
Do we have any members of the public who wish to speak on today's agenda item, this item?
Just remind people to star 9 if they're calling.
It's usually what she does, but if you're calling in, can you press star 9 to raise your hand and it's star 7 to lower it?
You start.
Star 9 to raise your hand. Okay.
Okay. Can we let me check this one. Minimize that. Oh, okay.
Okay. I have a number of speaker slips. Is this the item?
Might be the other number 2.
Yes, I think it's the other number 2. Okay, so I have, but I'm just gonna make sure, because it does say item number 2 on here. I have Michael Sandoval. Is this the item you wish to speak on?
Yes, Rancho Luis. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
We got it.
is that item 4?
Yes.
Okay. Bruce Griffin, also item 4? Or?
And then Jennifer?
Okay,
Thank you.
just making sure. There's been a little fluidity with the items today. Okay, so this project is here for preliminary final. So we need to make our comments.
I will appreciate this project. I think it was, I appreciate that they heard what we said and that they added the trellis. I think that is quite a great example of using the modular and adapting it. I just would.
We have a raised hand. I'll let Cass finish and then we'll come back and grab it.
Okay, so I'm very pleased with it. I just would add one comment for not as a requirement or anything, but just to consider that whether the trellises might be lowered down a little bit to be, I don't know what the height was of them, but that they might, just to consider that, just to take a look at it, but I certainly would move to approve the project.
Okay. We did have a raised hand.
Beverly Garcia.
Hi, my name is Beverly Thompson Gracia. I'm here to speak on the Lewis Ranch.
Long Island.
Yep, that's a different item.
Thank you.
So we'll get to you. I think you're looking for item number 4, I think, but I'm not positive. So we'll come back to you in a minute, okay? Okay. Any other comments?
I have no comments.
Were you looking to make a motion there?
I'll make a motion for preliminary final approval.
Okay. And that was a second by Cass. All in favor? Aye. Okay. We're good. Let's do item number 3, 22.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too.
Efron, single family dwelling. Go ahead and pull it in the three, David. Okay, and I assume we have somebody here.
Yeah, good morning, Bethany, Tony
Which
Cano
one
here.
is it? Okay, let me read your comments real quick, Tony, and then if you
Sure.
could just fill us in on what you've changed in response.
Absolutely, thank you.
Looking forward to seeing landscape plan and lighting, which should be minimal. Would like to see a wider representation of the site area. Concern about light trespass due to the quantity of glazing. And that was it.
Yes, very limited, So last time we were seen was in July of last year. We've been working with Leah Vosberg, our planner, on a number of initial review items. In addition to the comments that were received by CBAR. We can go to sheet 2, which is towards the front of the set for the wider view that was requested. Yeah, up on the up, yeah, scroll up if you would, please. Yeah, I'd like to refer you to the joint fire access plan prepared for the
Keep going up to the
department.
top.
Yeah, further up.
Up or down?
Up.
I think we have different.
Scroll up, yeah.
We're looking for the site plan. Huh.
That's nice. I think we have different ideas for up and down.
This is what we've got for the first sheet in the set, Tony.
Yeah, that's incorrect. There's an overall. site-
Is there another set?
Files.
There you are.
There you go.
Yeah, if you'll scroll
the
down,
one.
please, it'll be the fire access plan. I'm not seeing it in this set. Is it
Well,
taking?
there's three files. There's three files. so-
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, this is the one that was most recently sent in on January 20th, I believe. And it's prior to the grading, which is what you see there, the civil set.
Try the third one. That's the one we were just at. Try the third tab there, David. Yep. Is that where we're?
Yeah, that's
That
towards
one,
the,
yeah. Is this
yeah,
this
that-
is the one you were looking for, Tony?
no, that's the back of the set. There's actually a sheet number 2 at the front, but you know, if this suffices, I believe it was either Cass or perhaps Puck had asked for a wider view of the neighborhood. So we provided our fire access plan to satisfy the comment. When you say there are 3 sets, I'm not sure I understand.
We have three files.
Yeah, maybe we take a quick gander at that file there, that might help.
This is landscape. This is plein
Yeah.
air.
Yeah, the one that I'm referring to is towards the front of the set. It's the second sheet in the most recent submittal.
Well, we have three files, so it's a question of which is the second sheet and which file.
I couldn't tell you. I can't see the full title of the sets. That wouldn't be that one. If that's the first sheet, that's not something I would have submitted.
Well, he's just gonna scroll through and see, nope, that's not in there.
What I used was a county flood map for an overview of the adjacent properties, which would give a prime overview of a fairly decent scope. What is the middle set there in your tabs? What is that? Does that have a particular date?
That's the landscape. And this looks like, toast. Go through that one, see if it's on the end.
If it helps, Bethany, I guess if allowed, I could use a screen share to show you my overview that I had submitted.
We're limited to what was in box.
Sure. Is Leah available to address that topic? I see that she's checked in at the bottom of the agenda.
And she has her hand raised, Aaliyah does.
There we go. Can you guys hear me okay now?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I didn't have a panelist invite. The set that's uploaded is the most recent set. It just had to be broken into 3 files because of the file size. But I think it might help if we're understanding what we're trying to get at. Is it just a full view of the site plan? Because I think if in this file here, the first sheet of the grading plan, the civil plans, shows the full site.
I think the request was made for a wider representation of the site, quote unquote. And I understood that to be surrounding properties as well. But I mean, if we scroll down to the sheet number 2 and 3 there on that particular set, that would help. That's our particular site. You can see a neighboring property there to the right or to the east, if you will. The property to the north is currently vacant, was another project that I've been involved with for the Gershenson site. And then the third sheet in this set would be the parcel map, which was approved, I think, in 2012. So that shows 2 adjoining sites with a neighboring property.
Right.
So hopefully that, at least in this review, would help the individual.
Yeah, I think that addresses it. Do you want to go and look at the landscape plan and lighting and concern about lighting trespass due to the quantity of glazing?
Sure, okay, that'd be great. So these are revised landscape plans. We had made some revisions to our barn location. At one time, we were connected to the water reserves and tanks there in the upper corner there, Bethany.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a change that we'd made. We disconnected the barn from retaining walls that were supporting the water storage tanks there. So that was our latest revision to this set. And as you can see, if we look at the plant palette, our intention is to keep the landscape as native as possible using native grasses and olive trees. An occasional crepe myrtle was noted here, but I think the intention is to use more of the olives as our new tree plantings. You can see the olive tree there in the upper left-hand corner, along with the coastal live oaks.
Is that feather grass?
Puck is asking, is that feather grass?
From here.
We can't read it on our screen on the projection.
Yeah, I have a representative from Plain Air available. Anthony Ojeda is here. So, Anthony, you there?
Yeah, can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so when it comes to the landscape, most of the planting is California natives, a couple ground covers and shrubs and some grasses. One thing though that's very important is that all the plants are going to be fire resistant and they're all going to be low water use. If you scroll down further, you should see the fuel modification plan.
Which one were talking about, Clark? Was it the Carl Forster?
Maybe
or-
if you could just say what the grasses are.
Which grasses are you using, Anthony?
I'm sorry, what?
Which grasses are you using?
Oh, it's mostly caryxes and a couple of fescues.
Can you be specific?
Well, Carex dividulosa and then fescue idahoensis. And then some California meadow fescue, or sorry, sedge.
Okay, because in the picture, you've got Carl Forrester and Fairy Tales and Morning Light, blue oak grass. You've got a bunch of grasses that you're showing here.
Yeah, those are some of the non-native grasses that are gonna be on site, which are also fire resistant.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Does that conclude you guys' presentation, Tony and Anthony?
Well, the other thing was, that was mentioned was lighting. So on the architecture, we show our lighting fixtures as well as an inset for the particular light fixture that we're planning on using, which we had reviewed before. So I didn't know whether there was any particular concerns about that. So in terms of the specific light fixture that was intended.
I think the comment was about the quantity of glazing. So we were concerned with light trespass, and then we were looking at landscape plan and lighting in the landscape, that is.
Well, being that it's a preliminary review, the owners would like very low light levels, just enough to light footpaths and so forth. So we'd probably have some very discrete downlights at each of the steps there. You're looking at sheet A2-1. So I would see that we'd have lights there as well as some well-placed exterior wall-mounted light fixtures. And you can see the particular light fixture on sheet A3-1. A very specific downlight there to the left in the images. Yeah, there you are. And these just incredible nighttime skies out there. So we do definitely want to keep nighttime glare to an absolute minimum, which is consistent with the ordinance as well. So beyond that, that's our comments in terms of lighting.
Okay, any quick questions before we go to public comment? Doesn't look like it. All right, do we have anyone member of the public who wishes to speak regarding this item? If you're online via Zoom, if you could press *9 to raise your hand, that'd be great. This is Efron Single Family Dwelling. Yeah. I'm seeing none. We're going to go to board deliberation. Anybody have any comments? Tony, do you have a plan that shows the this A3-1 that we're looking at? You've got some elevations there that are showing your light fixtures as they should. But do you have a lighting plan that shows the exterior fixtures?
Yeah, so on each of the buildings that have been proposed, there's actual light fixtures indicated on the floor plan. So in this case, with the main residence, if you wanted to go to A2, that would be helpful. You may have to zoom in, of course, because of the scale, but they're noted on each of the corners, primarily at the entrance.
Okay, and what's the note? Because I see a lot of.
Yeah, so the light fixture, like for instance, at the front entryway, I have them planking each of the sides. It's a a circular form with 3 dashes to it. Go down, zoom in on the front entryway, the portal between the two buildings there.
Across of the H, yeah, right there.
Yeah, so if you'll scan with your cursor, I'll show you to the right where you currently are, up above the D in that case there, right above that. That indicates the light fixtures on the exterior of the building.
Okay. So like 3 lines coming out, okay.
And so
I see.
therefore they're noted in the same fashion at various locations, one out near the pool to the right of the pool.
Right.
And those coincide with the exterior elevations as well.
Okay, and then in the landscape, Anthony, do you have any on your landscape plan? Do you have any landscape lighting to show us?
Any lighting, did you say?
Yes, I did.
Oh, yeah, no, we haven't gone that
Okay.
far in terms of landscape lighting.
No worries. Okay, any further board comments or questions?
Right, questions or comments?
Comments,
I have a couple comments there.
go for it.
I still am not, I think that there's
Who's
too much
speaking?
noise. This is Cass Ensberg speaking.
Oh.
Hi, Tony.
Hey there, good morning.
Thank you. Good morning to you. I always believe that critique is our best friend. We may be, the water may be beyond the bridge at this point, but I still think that the glazing is too excessive, and I think that it would be benefited to be studied further. If the rest of the board wishes to, proceed, I'm fine with that. I just think that it would be improved to have more variety. It seems like the windows are all very large, and some of them are the same size, and then others are almost the same size, but not quite. So it seems like a near miss to me. So that's one comment. And then the other comment is, I'm on the building that is it the yoga studio or something like that? The smaller building. I think it is on.
Yeah, we don't.
The AG 5-1, 85-1. There's a big cantilever, a roof that cantilevers, and it seems very.
That's the ADU,
Yeah, maybe it's the ADU.
14.
Going.
I think she's referring to the garage building, which, yeah, you just.
Oh, that's the garage, okay.
That
Yeah.
one, and then the one that has the, right there, and then, yeah. It feels uncomfortable to me. I feel like it would be better with a post. I don't think that the cantilever is convincing, especially in proportion to the rest of the building. So that's just a comment, to take as you wish. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Puck?
Could we go back to the landscape plan, particularly the trees? Is it possible to zoom in?
Where?
Two, so I can actually see the trees.
Which page?
The landscape one?
The first one, you'll have to zoom
The
in.
plan.
Which one do you want to look at?
The trees.
I'd go to the next sheet and zoom in.
There. And so are those all olives that I'm looking at now?
Yes.
So there are 3 olives there, and then what is to?
There's more than that. You'll have to zoom out, David. I think there's
another one, a couple of to the north as well.
So there's sort of a little olive road there.
and then there's one on the north side of the building there, yeah.
Yeah, uh-huh, right.
Okay, I was just, so there, I'm not seeing any crepe myrtles. Anthony mentioned crepe myrtles. And I just didn't know anymore.
Well, it would be our preference not to have the crepe myrtles or ornamentals at this point. I think there was an early submittal that may have had one. It looks as though we've removed those since then.
Okay, that was going to be my comment that I.
Yeah.
Just removing those.
Yeah, I thoroughly agree.
I do concur with Cass's sense of proportion of some of the windows. I feel like they're almost matching, but not quite. And then the cantilever too. And these are just comments. And perhaps it's the 3D rendering sometimes really skews things in an odd way, but it does seem quite massive in proportion to the rest of the building. So,
please keep in mind too, there's a limit with the ADU. You're only allowed a 20%, I believe, of the total area for overhang. So we'll certainly abide by that ordinance.
yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously you have to work with the numbers within an ordinance, but I'm talking about the visual impact of it and how comfortable it feels under a roof that large without support in proportion to the rest of the mass. Like in that little building, really.
Hey, this is, are we talking about the ADU or the barn?
I'd like you to be specific, ladies. about
Well,
which
and I
one.
just want to mention that the board actually cannot comment on the ADU.
Correct.
But can comment on the others.
Yeah, the garage, it does happen on the garage.
Yeah, so my
Okay.
comment is the garage. That's it.
Thanks, Buck. Robert? Could you yell a little?
I concur with both Cass and Chuck.
Thank you. Denise?
Yeah, could you just zoom in a little bit around the pool? It seems like you have a real large expanse of paving abutting the building. Is there, I would recommend that you try to soften between the paving and the building on the east and the north side. That's it.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that voice there. Who is speaking?
Oh, that was Denise.
Is that Tony?
Yep.
Yes.
Hi, Tony. Denise
Hey
here.
there, how are you?
Good, thank you.
My
Okay.
apologies.
Yeah.
Lowell?
No further comments.
Okay. The cantilevers, I mean, I agree with what Cass and Puck was saying. It's not, to me though, that, you know, I mean, if it's what somebody wants, it's what somebody wants. I would feel uncomfortable in that space.
Right.
So I think that's the gist of my comment and an agreement with concurrence with them. And I don't really have any other comments. I support what's been said, so. They're here for preliminary.
And Bethany, sorry to interrupt, but I was hoping to get clarification on a comment. I have the comment about the roof cantilever, but Cass was also talking about, I think, the large size of roof ridges and their variation. Was that
She was
related to the
talking
roof?
about, no, she was not talking about the roof. She was speaking about the fenestration, the windows.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And Chair, I would add that the windows, not from the the fenestration, the pattern, the design of the pattern, I feel is not fully resolved to really be a beautiful pattern. It also affects the light leak from the building, which is always a concern. And of course, we don't really talk about the other way around, like when you are inside the building at night and you have these windows that are black, unless you have blinds or something, it's quite uncomfortable to be inside as well. So there's a two-way aspect of this. So that's my point, is to study those windows. Maybe they don't all have to be so big. Maybe you can come up with a more interesting and pattern by going smaller with some of them. But they all seem kind of like they're sort of the same size, but not really. So I guess that's the best way I can say it.
So, well, they're here for preliminary today, so if we grant the preliminary, we are approving the design as it's approved unless there's a condition attached to the motion. Okay, so if we want to condition the motion, we need to talk about that so that we're all in agreement and take that action. Somebody want to take a stab at a motion?
I think there's a couple of issues with the cantilever on the garage.
That's why I'm asking delicately, but if I wasn't gonna pussyfoot around, what I'd say is this project approvable for preliminary at this point? And if we have concerns, can we condition those? And what would those conditions be? And then, you know, have them returned for final, or, you know, where are we sitting here with our?
Yeah, Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yeah, Tony.
Yeah, so keep in mind that we did make some of those changes. Like, for instance, we had the same sort of roof cantilever on the detached garage that you see in these renderings. That's been removed. So I don't know what the concern is for the cantilever on the garage portion. But, and then the ADU, we're working with Aaliyah, our planner, to minimize that cantilever there, as I mentioned before. As it relates to light trespass and what some would call the lighthouse effect. You know, if you own a property like this, you want to take full advantage of the views surrounding. And in this case, we have nearly 360 degrees of tremendous view. And I think it would just be a total disservice to start minimizing these window sizes. I think the owners of this particular property are going to be quite respectful of those surrounding them and not creating that light overspill or light trespass. So that's really the best way that I can address the concerns for that, because it comes up on nearly every project. Most of these properties in that area of San Ynez Valley, you can only build on the ridge. There's very strict building envelopes for this property. So we're trying to maximize value as well as the comfort of the house, both for those that live in it, as well as those that live surrounding it. And I think each of the neighbors probably have the same sort of light trespass.
Tony, I think, sorry, I mean, unless Bethany wants to, or we're in comments now, right?
We are in the board comments, but because we're trying to craft this motion, I thought it was appropriate for Tony to have a little bit of a say here. But I would like to bring it back to the board and say, okay, what do you guys want to do?
I have concerns about the lantern effect. And so I don't think it's appropriate to give preliminary at this time.
Okay.
And the cantilever.
Who's speaking?
That's Robin. Everybody else, what's your?
I would agree.
Buck?
Yeah, I really do think that the windows need a little bit of restudy, and I don't want to waste time here having sort of philosophical debates about visual perception and size of apertures, but anyway.
Okay, can we give them can you give Tony some specific direction about what we want to see those windows, how we want to see it? And I'd state I didn't get to Denise yet. I mean, what's your feeling?
But as far as the windows, I don't have a concern about
Yeah.
the windows.
I don't really have a huge concern. I mean, about the windows, that's not my main position at this point. This is in keeping with what I've seen before, and I can make my finding. But if the balance of the board, the three of you, can't, then we need to be able to give him some direction so that he can come back and get us something that we can, as a board, make our finding.
Are you, when you say specifics, when we say reduce the window, the glazing, do you want a specific number, percentage?
Whatever direction you can give him that will allow him to get to where what is your finding? Where's that comfort zone? The clearest direction you can give is what I'm asking for.
I think reducing the glazing and potentially putting some sort of a darkening agent on the glazing.
I can address that.
Hold on, Tony.
Sure.
I would move that they reduce the glazing substantially, particularly in the direction where it's facing out to other sides of the valley. These windows are visible from far away. And to protect others that live in the valley, to protect the night sky, and the lantern effect, I would move to reduce the glazing substantially.
Cook?
I agree with those comments. Is it possible to, or is it appropriate to get preliminary approval with that condition? So we can.
You can make the motion and we can vote on it. I have no problem with those as it stands right now, so.
I'd really like to make one further comment before you make a motion.
If you can make it very quickly, Tony.
Yeah, please look at my building profile. We've gone to an extent of creating drapery pockets so that we can minimize light trespass, and that's a drawing we haven't looked at.
Which sheet is that?
Yeah, it's A4-2. I had seen, yeah, this sheet here, you just passed it. Scroll down, please. One sheet.
That's not that.
Yeah, right there. If you'll zoom in, we've designed this profile so that we have drapery pockets that can help to reduce the light trespass. You can see that on either side. So this will be a typical detail throughout each of the structures.
Does that impact?
Yeah, hopefully that provides some comfort to the board.
Does that change
I would leave it the same as what I have just said.
what you said?
That's a great detail. I mean, but it's up to them to use it, so. Doesn't change much.
And Madam Chair, I feel that through design, I think they can still have a beautiful building, they can still achieve everything that they want. And I think it's a compromise between, from both sides, and that it's really important to consider, how far this light does actually travel.
Okay. Okay, Nicole, do you feel you've captured the comments on that?
Yes, I believe so. And then whatever the action is, I can capture that as well.
Okay, well, it doesn't sound like we're able to take an action, because if I make a motion for preliminary and Denise seconds it, then we would take the vote, and it sounds like it would get
Right, so just.
It'd be 3-2 against, so.
So return for further preliminary review then?
That's what it sounds like, right? That's where we're at?
Do we need, well, maybe we need to take a vote?
Do you need to take a? You don't need us to continue it or anything. All right. Okay. I mean, we could take a little straw poll. I mean, I would grant preliminary. Are you Denise?
Yeah, and
Robin? No. Cass?
No.
No. Puck?
No.
Yeah.
But what, could I present an alternate motion,
Yeah, absolutely.
preliminary approval with the condition to reduce Lazy when they return for final?
Tony, is that acceptable to you?
I didn't hear it quite.
Okay,
clearly,
but Puck has
like
made
that.
a motion. Puck has made a motion to, in favor of preliminary approval with the condition that the glazing be reduced.
Bethany, I don't really know that. Are we at the point, I think we need to take votes instead of ask the applicant if he's okay with the motion.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Nicole, but I want to make sure that this is that we're all working towards the same goals. But yes, the board, does the board want to, is there a second for Puck's motion? Robin seconded. Any further discussion?
I won't be supporting that.
But I think it has to say significantly.
Her motion, as she said, it was reduced glazing. It did not specify amount.
Approve preliminary though, however, right?
Yeah, you would get your preliminary, but it's just with the reduction of glazing is.
I understand. I understand.
Okay, all right, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No. Because I wanted to say significantly.
Okay, there were 2 no's and
So-
3 ayes.
Just point of clarification, so you're voting on, did your second hold? Or did you want to withdraw? your second?
Robin sounds like she may have withdrawn her second, so we'd need another second.
then I would second it.
Denise seconded the motion. Thank you. Good catch. Okay, so it sounds like the motion passed for preliminary with a reduction in glazing, 3-2.
Was it significant? Or-
Nope.
No, no, no.
She said reduction in glazing.
Right, that's what I heard.
Okay. All right. So return for full, final full board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, item number 4. 21, or excuse me, 22 BAR 00093, Rancho Luis, boarding and training facility.
Yep, thank you, Madam Chair. This is, and members of the board, this is Chris Tarkin from MW Architects. I'll be presenting our proposed design package here today. And thank you, Jacqueline, for setting this up and having us back. I think the files have been broken up into 2 separate files based on file size, and one of them has.
I need to read the minutes from last
Okay.
time, so. Right, right. Which one is it in here, right? Because the numbers are all screwed up. I think it's this one. But it's number 4 on the agenda.
It's this one that says JSP.
Got it. Okay, the comments for last time were, if you could come up with the site plan, David, or, you got the comments up there? Planner, no idea.
Are you going to plan?
Whichever. Building W, break up the roof line, break up second story, remove or relocate window box design from the tractor pass-through, add detailing. Also building W, the gable pop out on the second story should be eliminated in its current location, but gable elements could be added in lieu of the simple windows above the tractor pass-through to make the structure more distinctive as a residence. Building Z, no issues with the goat shed. Building Y, would like to see a representation of what the trailer would be like on the pad. Building X, would like to see how landscape will integrate with the site. Building T, as in Tom, for the next hearing, provide pictures of the existing structures you're planning to match. Before the next hearing, provide story poles and tell planner when they are up. Keep them up for at least 2 weeks. Building S as in Sam, explore alternative colors and return for rationale for your choice. Story poles may be required in the future. Site circulation needs to be graphically depicted and should include, at a minimum, pedestrian, vehicular, and equestrian pathways. Circulation should be considered when building W and some of the on-site equestrian facilities. Circulation should be considered between building W and some of the on-site equestrian facilities. The road that runs along the property line is just the start of a circulation plan. Buildings need to stand on their own as far as design, color, materials, etc., and should not rely on landscaping. Stables do not have shade, which is a concern. Consider adding trees. No action taken. Project may return for further conceptual. Which is, I think, what you're here for today. Okay, so I noticed that in the applicant submittal, you've submitted a response sheet, which we're looking at. I think, are you planning to flip between, speaking to the applicant here, would you be going over these and then flipping to the plans to speak to each point as we cover it?
Yep, that's what I was planning on
Okay.
doing, just kind of going down the list item by item and viewing the
Okay.
corresponding sheet.
Okay, well, that'll be great. What we're gonna do is, we'll do that. You're gonna make your presentation. I will ask the board if they have any questions for clarification. Then we'll go to public comment, and we do have quite a few people here present. I don't know if you can see them, but we're all here. So we'll do public comment. Each speaker, I'll ask you to speak for about 3 minutes. And we'll have a little timer going. And we'll let you know when you get close. We ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. We do request that you speak towards items that are under our purview, for example, the design, layout, site planning, style, mass, all of those kinds of things. That's what this board's purview is. And if you wish to speak about other things, you may. You can use your 3 minutes however you like. But we will not be responding to comments that are beyond our purview. Okay. So once we do public comment, both in person and through Zoom, we'll come back to the board and we'll give our comments at that time. All right. All right, sir, take it away.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for reiterating that also, that we're here for review as it relates to the Architectural Review Board. And we're here seeking, as you mentioned, conceptual approval, which would then allow us to continue on our development of this project. We would have to come back for preliminary. So we just like conceptual approval at this stage, and I'll dive right in. We already went through the notes. I don't think we need to reread them in detail, but we'll start with building W, which is on sheet DP 6.1. here we are. And this is the first two comments from the last CBAR meeting relate to this building. There was mention of exploring breaking up the roof line on the second story. So we did that. If you look at the west and east elevation, the roof ridges have been staggered, breaking up the roof line in that dimension, and then as well as the north and south, you can see the staggered depth of those ridges. We added dormer windows, so we don't just on the north elevation there, so it's not just a plain window as we had before. It brings some residential detailing to the elevation. And then also, if you see the horse profile there above that walk-through passageway, we eliminated that overhang as suggested by the board, while still maintaining, you know, a subtle agrarian details, just so it fits on the ranch with the rest of the buildings. And that's how we adjusted building W. We can jump down to building Y, which is on DP 2.2. It's not really a building, it's a pad that a trailer sits on. And so we tossed an image of what this trailer would look like, just so there's no confusion. This is on DP 2.2. It should, there it is right there. This is the type of trailer we would envision sitting on that pad. The next item, we'll get into this one when we get down to item 7 and 10 as well. This was the landscape and circulation around building X, which is shown right there. It's the new barn utility storage. If we could jump to building T, this is on DP 4. This one, the board requested pictures of the existing structures that this building is directly adjacent to. And this building was designed to be sort of an extension of those existing buildings. And if you flip to the last two sheets in the package, DP 9 and 10, those pictures are provided. DP 9 has a specific picture of the directly adjacent building that we're mimicking. There we go. If we scroll up just a little bit, view A and B, these are the two buildings. And so all the buildings, the entire site is split into kind of an upper and lower terrace. And all the buildings on the upper terrace are white with gray trim, and all the buildings on the lower terrace, which includes view A and B here, these are the white trim with the green, or the green trim with the white siding. So we're sticking with that theme throughout with our proposed new structures. Now we can jump to building S. This is on DP 3. This building has slightly been modified from the last submittal based on some comments. We explored, along with we're calling it the bridge barn building, the one with the horse pass through, different colors and textures, and ultimately in respect to the neighbors and the ranch as a whole, we think it's fitting to stay consistent with the color scheme, having this also be in the white vertical siding, and then being on the top terrace, this would have the gray trim. And we can talk, we'll talk more about this one when we get to a later bullet point item. If we go to number 7 here, site circulation, this is going to be on, I believe, DP 3. Sorry, DP 2.4.
Yeah, it's in that file.
There it is right there. So here we further developed our circulation plan, and this diagrammatically shows the different circulation patterns for vehicles, pedestrians, also the equestrian trails where horses would roam and walk on trails. So the green dashed line is showing the network of equestrian trails, which are also pedestrian friendly. And those are scattered throughout. And then the blue dashed line is representing vehicular circulation. This is kind of contained up to the existing frontage road, which would be further developed to have driveways that extend out for access to these new proposed structures. And you can see that the extent of that blue dashed line from the top terrace off Ballard Canyon Road, the private drive, as well as the lower terrace portion of the site off Ballard Canyon. You can see the extent of the vehicular traffic there. And then the orange is strictly, no, I don't want to say strictly, but that's designated pedestrian circulation from the proposed structures to the adjacent structures on the upper terrace. If we could jump to item 8, this should be on DP 6.1. Again, this kind of piggybacks on the circulation. There was a specific comment about concerns of a rider on a horseback fitting through that passageway. We put a large man on a horse and measured the height to be 8'6". We had that opening at 9 foot tall, clear. We raised it a foot just to be even more safe. So we got a 10-foot opening there, which should suffice for a rider if they need to get through there on a horseback, although it's not necessary. Item 9 here, the road that runs along the property. There was some discussion of that road. The topography on the site lends to that location, not only because it's already existing for circulation today, but that is the flattest, most efficient place for kind of the main thoroughfare on the site to get down to the new structures that are proposed. And so we would piggyback off what's existing there. And as I mentioned before, kind of have these drive aisles branch off of that, leading to the proposed new structures. And that would complete our vehicular circulation as it relates to that drive aisle. Item 10 here, the building needs to stand on its own. This was a good comment we took into consideration. And the note about the stables. The stables have built-in shade structures. If we look at the proposed, let's see, I have pictures on DP9. We were looking at them earlier. This shows on DP9 view A and B, the same two we were looking at for the color palette. Those show the shade structures off those stables. And then view E and F, you can see the other two stable buildings, and you can see the shade structures. It's about half the roof area is designated shade area, and the other half is the indoor stable. And then lastly, I have an added note here. We discussed Hillside Ridgeline. I know it wasn't officially in the CBAR minutes, but I wanted to describe to you how we addressed that on DP3. This is our Vineyard Building S. We explored the requirements to meet Hillside Ridgeline, and based on the position of the building on our previous submittal, we decided to pull the building further away from the hillside onto a flatter portion of that site. And it's the best place on that site to minimize any grading. It's for the most part flat, and then it slowly, gradually gets steeper as the terrain gets further away from this building. We have it placed where it likely will skirt the hillside ridgeline, but to be safe, we went ahead and did a slight adjustment to the building so that it does meet hillside ridgeline requirements in the rural neighborhood. And those are 16-foot height requirement. So I have a section here. It's a height section showing that at our highest peak, we would be around 19 feet, which is the 16-foot required plus the allowed 3-foot for a sloped roof exceeding 4 and 12. And so that would be based on the worst case. You can see our maximum height dimension here is measured from our below finished floor, which is our worst case. You can see the grade kind of is higher on the other side. So we just designed it based on worst case just to make sure we'd be good there. And the building's essentially the same as it was before. We just brought the second story office. We brought that down next to the tractor garage onto the first floor. And that's how we're able to keep our height within the required parameters. And that's it for our presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
I have a quick question while we're looking at this. David, can you zoom in on the section and the perspective? Okay, so right there. So if the perspective, am I reading this, that this is just to either side of the double doors kind of shown on that perspective above?
It would be, yep, either before or after. It's not quite going through that gable roof shown there, but you're correct, it's in that area.
Okay, so the slope, you're cutting into the slope there.
Yep.
How do those doors open?
We would cut into the slope to allow a little drive aisle access to those doors once we further develop the grading in that area.
Okay, so this is kind of a placeholder.
Yep, this is to show our hillside ridgeline, specifically to show the height as it relates to the natural grade.
Okay, you need to talk to your planner about how to calculate hillside ridgeline.
As far as the 16 foot for 100 feet away.
No, as far as how to do the projection from natural grade. It's a projection. It's like a natural grade, it's kind of like a blanket. So
yeah.
It's not like a straight slope or anything, right? It's just whatever that the earth is doing. And then you take, you project that, you basically project that straight up 16 feet, and that's your initial, you could call it your envelope, right?
Yep.
That you can't pierce with the building, and you're measuring your 19 foot, you're measuring from the, looks like your finished grade. It's taken from natural, existing.
This is actually, it actually is, it's kind of, we're putting our finished grade at the
I understand.
natural.
But to document hillside ridgeline, that's not how you do it.
Okay.
You take it from and it's, you have to, it's very difficult to do. It's a three-dimensional problem, if you will. And the solution involves, representation in a 2D form. So you need to establish that your building doesn't puncture that plane that is projected up. In this case, you get the extra 3 feet. So you've got a plane 19 feet in the air And that's what you have to make sure your building doesn't protrude into, does not puncture that envelope, if you will. And it's not easy to do in a 2D form, but I'm just saying that what you're dimensioning here is not representing accurate compliance. Okay? I mean, I can determine based on the information that's here, it does look like it complies, but you're not demonstrating compliance because you're not applying it exactly right. So that's just my comment, but thank you for clarifying that. Do any other questions from the board before we go to public comment? Okay, call public comment. I have a number of people for public comment who are here in person to call for. Yes. Okay. And if you are online and wish to make a public comment, please raise your hand. If you're calling in on a phone, I think you can press *9.
*6.
*6.
*9. I'm sorry, *6. I'm sorry, *9 to raise your hand.
*6 or *9 to raise your hand. Something else to lower it. Okay, so I'm just going to call in the order that they're here. If you concur with someone, we appreciate you being succinct, but it's your 3 minutes. You got a comment? I do, if nobody else does. Okay. So the first speaker will be Jennifer Jeffries, followed by Michael Sandoval.
Good morning, I am Jennifer Jeffries. I am the vineyard manager and winemaker for Rancho Luis. I was recruited to the ranch by a fellow Allen Hancock student who was involved in viticulture and who has been familiar with the ranch over the last 20 years to assist with the vineyard and restoration activities. I have worked hard with the Thielens to bring back the dormant vineyards on the property, and we are now producing Pinot Noir and Syrah grapes. I walk the property nearly every day and am familiar with the premises. I am familiar with the buildings proposed and that they are needed to support the ranch. These barns will be critical in allowing us to further improve our existing vineyard operations on the property. The Thielens are great, generous, and hardworking people. They are trying to make their cause amenable to the community as well as for themselves. They strive very hard to be good neighbors. As a community, we should be supportive of using agriculturally zoned properties for agricultural uses. I believe the revisions we made to the plans have appropriately responded to your board's request and are appropriate for the area. I ask that you grant conceptual approval today so the plans may move on to the Planning Commission for review. Thank you for your time and listening and consideration.
Thank you. Michael Sandoval, followed by Bruce Griffin.
Hello and good morning, everyone. See a lot of familiar faces here. My name is Mike Sandoval, and my family and I have been living here in this valley for 50 plus years. And I'm thanking the board for the opportunity to speak to you today. And just to be clear, I'm here in support of Rancho Luis. I have seen the existing plans and I have walked the site. I own and operate my own vineyard locally, and I know many of our local winemaker and producers. I'm familiar with the Phelan's operations, and I think their site has great potential as a vineyard. I think the proposed barns are appropriate to the site and are required to support the improvements of their vineyards. I think the current plan revisions have appropriately responded to your board's request and are appropriate for the area. I support their plans and urge and ask that you grant conceptual approval today so the plans may move on to the Planning Commission for review. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Griffin, followed by Renee Solner.
I too stand for Rancho Luis. And as I've seen this process go on, I think the Phelans have made every attempt to
Thank you, sir. Renee Solnit, followed by Tanya Greaves, and I do see a hand online, so I do see you, Ms. Garcia, so you'll be last. Renee?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Renee Solnit. I live at 842 Ballard Canyon Road. My property borders on the Felon property. Your website was helpful to me to give me some guidance to state why we are here to object to your granting the plans as set forth. The purpose of this meeting is directed to the many structures needed for this commercial business. However, please consider that in order to arrive to the Felon property, you have to drive our narrow little country road through all of the properties to get to their small entrance to this very large program that they're trying to put forward. The visibility isn't good and there's some dangerous spots. There's just not enough room that will handle the huge amount of trucks and supplies and people on my little road. Below the project off of Ballard Canyon is a flood zone. I've lived here for many years. It floods at every big storm, and it did through the last storm. There were slides, tremendous amount of mud, and a lot of the horses had to be removed and put in another area. But still, the Felons want to put up more buildings, more animals, on what amounts to a small amount of land. They have 25 acres, like I have 25 acres. But the way it's split, the top part, which is where I am, and the bottom part is almost not accessible. There's one little narrow, steep road. That bottom area is overcrowded with that one little entrance to get in and out. It's with RVs and cars, and if that's where they will have their special events, I just don't know where they're going to put all the parking and all of the people. So this is called Rancho Louis Equestrian Facility. This is the subject of our meeting today. And it's surprising to see that the plans submitted have to do more with the winery expansion and housing and less horse related. At this point, a 4,200 square foot vineyard barn to be necessary for the small amount of plantings that the previous owner put in only for their own personal vineyard. I don't think a vine has been planted since the Hastefields put in their little patch of grapes.
Ms. Solomon, your time has expired.
Our neighbors join me in saying that the Felon development is not caring about how it affects our ridge line. They put in an 8-foot solid wall, not horse fencing, like in all of our area. So when you talk about the colors of the property, of the buildings, we as neighbors will hardly see most of it because of that white solid wall. But extending over the 8 feet, some of the heights of the building, off the top of my head, they may have corrected one. One was 22 feet,
Ms.
maybe
Solomon,
now it's
please wrap up your
19.
comments.
I'm
Your
sorry.
time has expired. Please wrap up your comments.
So let's go on. They are only one of 17 shareholders of our Mesa Hills Water and Road Association. But please listen to what they're asking for. Horse boarding, training, special events,
Just please.
rental housing, ridge line affecting our sunsets, loss of privacy and security and traffic, and why we love our neighborhood, not a business, our neighborhood.
Ma'am, I'm gonna ask you to stop now.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna ask you to stop now. You've gone well over your 3 minutes.
Okay.
So,
So I'm just going to end it by saying.
You're done.
No,
ma'am, could you please have a seat?
That's it?
Yeah,
yeah.
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm
You
just
got
saying-
about twice your time, so.
That's good. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Tanya, and I'm gonna murder your name, I'm sorry, Tanya Gee. Guys, okay, and then we'll do the online person.
Hi, my name is Tonya Guys, and my address is 818 Ballard Canyon Road. Our property directly borders the Phelan property. I am also here speaking on behalf of my husband. Paraphrasing the purpose of the Architectural Review Board directly from your website. The Board of Supervisors finds that inappropriateness of buildings affects the desirability of the immediate area and neighboring areas. It is the purpose of the board on any site to promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the county residents and encourage the most appropriate use of land. The proposed development and building of multiple structures on a very limited amount of buildable land to be used for multiple businesses is directly out of line with your stated purpose in this neighborhood. Our property values, peace, and the safety of our neighborhood are at stake. I understand that you don't care about the use, but you do care about safety and welfare. We cannot escape the facts here. The fact is that safety and welfare of the community is directly affected by the use of our very narrow private road. Our private road cannot handle this project and the end result of the project. It will endanger every resident if we have to evacuate. At the last meeting, we only required the applicant to put up story poles for a small goat shed on the lower property. What about the story poles for the majority and largest of the buildings being proposed at the top half of the property that will greatly affect the neighboring properties and ridgeline views? It would only make sense that story poles should be required, as this is the largest part of this proposed business development. I have to question the RV pad. Is that going to be for hookups and people living in it? I guarantee you that the conversion to a guest home and the employee dwelling unit will be used as rental income properties, just based on how this has gone so far. The 4,200 square foot vineyard barn will be used for what? It is poor planning and design to locate the vineyard barn so far away from the existing vineyard on the lower part of the property and the proposed small new vineyard. We need to access it going through the equestrian part of the property. The very small amount of viticulture on this property does not warrant a 4,200 square foot vineyard barn. Then there's another 1,000 utility barn and tractors with storage everywhere. In addition to the apartment will be building and all these buildings along the ridge line. It's just going to be nothing but a design site integration nightmare and nothing but a poorly planned, cluttered mess. And I must address the people who support this development. You are in direct benefit from this operation, either by earning your income or you get to board your horse and take lessons and then go home. You don't get to live next to the traffic, noise, smell, and dust, or loss of privacy. You are just part of it, and you get to leave it behind when you drive home on a private road paid for by 16 other property owners. Your biggest life asset is not at stake. The very concept of the proposed overdevelopment and business is completely out of line with our neighborhood. As the old saying goes, you can pick your friends, but sadly not your neighbors. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we have one online person, Beverly Gracia.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if the hand emoji was working.
It was.
First of all, I have to apologize. I've been sick lately, but I wanted to take time today and say good morning and thank you for having me and a chance to participate in this decision-making effort. I am here today to support the Phelans in no benefit to me whatsoever. As a planner and a 35-year member of a community development community and 36 years in CalPERS, working in the community development field, I'm here to opine on this review. I've reviewed the plans, the surrounding site plans, the materials, the design, the layout, the balance, proportion, and rhythm of the plans, and they comply with the surrounding environment. From a professional point of view, these plans are consistent. There is not a traffic issue on the front road from my perspective as a community development member and a planning member being trained at USC with a master's in planning. And I see no safety concerns. I see no danger. And I think these things are taken personally rather than looking at the facts. The facts are this: Chris and his team did a great job on this design. I've looked at hundreds of thousands of plans in my professional development and working on historical preservation, design overlays. I think they've taken your feedback, they've taken staff's feedback, and they've really designed a plan that works with the neighborhood, that enables them to develop and plan on their property and really do a great job. And I'm here to support them in a professional opinion. And I don't think in any way this is a poor planning effort. And I no way benefit from my opinion whatsoever. I've known the Phelans since 1993. And I see this design and I see this participation and them changing, adhering to your rules. And I fully support this plan. And I hope that you will approve this conceptual plan today so that may move on to Planning Commission. Thank you very much for your time and effort today. I appreciate your chance to taking the time to listen to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, just to clarify something for everybody. The BAR takes no action, therefore there is no approval at conceptual level, okay? So it's a conceptual review. Now, I know that's semantics, but you won't see us taking action today, okay? And that's because there is nothing we do at conceptual, we simply review the project, okay? An action is taken to continue or to grant a preliminary or a final approval, okay? So just in case you're wondering when that comes up, we don't speak to it. Okay. Board comments, who wants to start?
Could you put the site plan back up, please? The one that's probably like the circulation and.
I think the circulation is a good one to start with. That's
buildings, I guess.
And then Bethany, I'm not sure how many comments you guys are gonna want to have, but if you do decide again to comment on a bunch of the different buildings, if we could organize it.
Identify them for you. Gotcha.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
You got it. Do we want to start here since we're looking at circulation?
Yeah, I guess, is it Chris? Could you identify where the vineyards are?
Yeah.
On the,
Can you guys
on
hear
the
me
site
okay?
plan, it just says pasture, so.
Yep. If we're looking, this is a good sheet to look at, DP 2.4. So it's just you can visually see it with the image underlay. I wish I could point with my pointer, but right where, yeah, right where your mouse is there, if you go up and to the right, there's a small portion of vineyard there. They're scattered throughout the site. And then if you scroll out, you can see, there they are, yep. And then scroll out a little bit, please. Up towards the top, there's the largest one, right? There's an arrow pointing away from it, showing the general direction of slope, but that is vineyard planting. Up to the right just a little bit. Right there, that little area. And then if you go back towards the lower terrace where the equestrian riding arena is, where you see the number 2 pointing to it, that green rectangle, there's some vineyards plant on the left-hand side of the site, the lower right there. There's some vineyards planted there. And then there's another portion scattered throughout. See on mine, it's a little bit more clear.
So it sounds like they're out there throughout the property, the vineyards?
Yes, they're scattered throughout.
Oh, okay, and then I'm just trying to understand the equestrian use. There's pastures, are those now stabling horses and grazing areas, or are those rented? It's just for my information.
Yeah, so the green shaded area that I'm showing, this is areas where horses can graze or be corralled aside from specific trails. So the green dash line are more trails. The green hatch are more general areas where they can roam at any specific time, whether that's with a person guiding them or on their own grazing.
Okay, the hatching isn't really showing up that well. So I'm picking up that the upper right are the large pasture areas connected by access ways, and if those currently are being used for grazing, correct?
I believe so.
Okay, and then just so I understand, the boarding is for employees maintaining the horses, correct?
Yeah, the issues related to the planning and the operation, I might not be the best person to answer accurately. I can answer more of the architectural aesthetics. That's kind of my realm.
Yeah.
I'd hate to give incorrect information.
Yeah, it was helpful for me to understand the program for the site, because it's not in our purview at all, but to understand how it is to be used is very helpful. And those are my quick questions.
I just wanted to restate that program is absolutely not in our purview. However, the expression and implementation of that program and how it results in physical changes to the land and built structures, I believe, is within our purview.
Part of site plan.
So I just wanted to clarify that. So getting back to the site development, and I'm really sorry to go back into it, but can you, in a very general way, explain your stormwater management plan and what tier this is triggered?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
She asked you to explain your stormwater management plan and what tier of review this triggers, what level of management, because there are different levels of stormwater management.
I see.
For example, where would your winery production water be going?
There is no winery. It's a vineyard,
So the vineyard has,
tractors.
so you're just selling your grapes outside? Okay. I just wanted to clarify that.
And did you want him to talk?
Yeah.
You want Chris? Chris, go ahead and talk about the stormwater management, please.
Okay, yeah, at this stage, we haven't developed in detail exactly how the storm water plan is going to work, but we will, develop it as necessary per the requirements.
Does that answer your question, Doctor?
Yes,
Okay.
I think there is another level of development in terms of, and this isn't something we're generating, but those kinds of requirements may change or alter the site
Circulation.
development significantly. So I think there should be some thought about that at the conceptual level. So you have a good understanding of where you might be heading in terms of your stormwater management plan.
For example, a project we saw earlier today, one of the comments had to do with the grading and first structure that created some swales that then have to be dealt with as far as, how they integrate with roads and site circulation. I think that's what Puck is getting at. Is that right?
I see. I understand the question.
So what I need to do though is I need to get my board to make their comments and have less of a conversation at this
So
point.
those
Those
are my comments.
are your comments. Okay. Robin?
I thank the applicant for their good presentation and for the community coming out, letting us know your thoughts. A lot of what I'm hearing is the use, which isn't our purview. However, some of it is, and I think for the large barn, I think I would like to see storage holes for that structure.
Could you be specific? You talking about the one with the pasture?
It's 4,200 square feet, quite large.
Okay, so.
Can you tell me the
We have to
building
figure
number?
out, yeah, we have to figure out which one it is. Chris, which sheet has your buildings labeled by, as a site plan?
DP 2.2. And
The description of the building.
Okay.
And these buildings all had story poles and stakes laid out.
I understand. Just let me get my comments, please. Okay, so you're talking about S down there in the lower left, Robin? It's off the screen, David. You need to be on 2.2. One more up. You're almost there.
That's the first thing on that one.
Yeah, it's on the other file.
That's one.
Yeah. That will work, I think. No, that's existing. There, 2.2. Right. So Robin, are you speaking about that orange in the bottom lower left?
Was it on the top site?
It's up top on the hill, yes.
Yes.
It's on the upper. That's the vineyard combination building.
You think of the storage spot?
Yeah, it's also shown on DP3.
Yes.
Okay, so that's S. Nicole?
Okay, got it. And then, were there already story poles or we're asking for them now?
The notes from the previous meeting say, building S, explore alternative colors and return with rationale for your choice. Story poles may be required in the future. So it was, because the building they hadn't totally figured out where they wanted to put it. Sounds like we do have a location now, so this would be an appropriate time for story poles. Okay, Robin?
In any case, I think a lot of what I'm hearing for the use of this project is really planning commission domain and not ours. However, I think for my interest, I would like to see this building.
Okay. Lowell? Denise?
So for me, I think it would be really, I'm really confused about the site. I'm sorry. It feels like sprawl to me, and I can't relate the use to the buildings. So the vineyards are scattered through the site, and the equestrian area is far away from the barn. And so I guess my comment would be, I would try to, rather than using every square inch and sprawling out as much as this site plan has, is to try to consolidate the impact to the site, to bring the uses closer to the facilities that you're proposing. That would be one comment. The second comment is, looks like you have two entrances now. One is the main entrance to the house, and the second, it looks utilitarian, or to the barn and the commercial buildings. And I would like to see that developed. And also, I'd like to see a great deal more space. I can't tell on this, but between the access way along the south and the property line.
So you're talking about this?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
looks like it's
Go to
paved all the way up to the property line.
Circulation plan? 2.4.
So if I had to summarize it, it just, to me, it's the scatterings of the improvements, to me, don't relate to the use yet, so.
Okay. And Denise, that dovetails very nicely with what I was going to talk about. Can you scroll it down just a little so we can see all of that blue line there? Okay. So the vehicular connection, we're starting to see the genesis of a circulation plan here. This is, back in my school days, this is like one step above a bubble diagram kind of. So we're starting to connect some things, but there's a lot of tenuousness as far as, what the intent is, the circulation, the various different forms of circulation. I understand that it's difficult to, cross over vehicularly, especially from the upper and the lower. That's kind of a difficult situation, but I have to believe that at some point that's something that's going to be desirable, and I'd like to see it addressed at this time, so that we kind of see what the intention is. Because if that becomes something that maybe you're never going to wind up with a trailer going up and down, but you're definitely going to be having, sounds like, on a working ag situation, I would envision trucks and quads and as well as horses making their circulation.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Is there a Charles Collins here?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks, sorry.
So there's, I'd like to see that, which is kind of what I had expected to see when we talked about the fact that the road that runs along the property line is just the start of a circulation plan. I spoke last time, that was the comment that captured it. But I did speak to that, we wanted to see a fulsome circulation plan, because this is a very complex, interconnected usages with the vineyard and the equestrian uses, as well as all the structures and connecting them together, and you know how things are going to wind up being moved around the site, and so that becomes of interest to me. For example, just as one thing, you know, you've got small with the vineyard scattered throughout the site. How do you get grapes from the bottom up to the storage facility on the top? Or is that something that would never in a million years happen? You know, it just seems to me that the uses are all connected, and therefore there should be some connections. So my comment is there needs to be a slightly more, you know, building on this circulation plan that we're looking at here, see that developed, and how you get around the site with the various different modes. As far as buildings W, Z we had no issues with, Y, X, T, I think that the applicant has responded, although we didn't hear a lot about color choice. There was some discussion about you know, some of those color choices. I'm okay with those as they are right now. I do appreciate the fact that there were that they took our comments into account with the pass through, I think, which is W. But building S, I agree with Robin's comments. I think this is an appropriate time to do story polls and get us out there to take a look at it. I would like some feedback from my board about whether that needs to be a full site meeting, you know, site visit during a meeting, or whether it can be independent.
I think it should be a full board site.
I do too. Everybody else? Okay, so I think we should return that. You can coordinate, this is to the applicant, you can coordinate with through the planner as far as, you know, story pole plan, so that we get appropriate story poles up and to demonstrate the building mass. It sounds like you did slightly relocate the building, so like I said, this is a good time to do that if you're happy with the current location. I would verify with the planner how to calculate and represent on the drawings hillside ridgeline compliance. So you'll need to do that. And that was pretty much my comments. I did want to say that this board has a very constrained purview. This is by ordinance. It's not because we don't care. We live here. We care. We serve on this board. So I object to the characterization of us as not caring. It's not that we don't care. It's that it's not our purview. We literally cannot speak to it. It is the purview of the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors. And I appreciate you all coming out today. Appreciate all your comments, even the ones that are outside of our purview. And I sincerely hope that you do address those other hearing decision makers with your comments. And hopefully by being able to do that, you are speaking to people who do have the purview at that time. Nicole, I wanted to check in with you. As far as the next steps for this project, am I correct that this project is taken to what the BAR would consider preliminarily approvable? And at that time, that is when the planner would then the project would then proceed to the next decision maker, which is the Planning Commission. Is that correct?
So, well, I'll tell you what's officially required and I'll tell you what my practice is and what my advice is to my staff. So,
Okay.
what my practice is and my advice to my staff is always to get it to a point where the basic components of it aren't really going to change. You can't give preliminary approval until after it gets
Correct.
final planning commission approval. So I say to my staff, get it to the point where there's not going to be major changes in building location, mass bulk scale, that kind of thing. And there's going to be refinements. So essentially what you said, you can't grant preliminary, but to the point where it's basically ready for preliminary.
Okay.
Officially, that's not required, but
No.
it's not necessarily the best move because you don't want to go forward to the county planning commission with kind of unresolved issues in your BAR minutes because those are forwarded to the commission.
Right. Great. So, and this is more for the members of the public who are sitting here. I just wanted to make the point that this board, we don't grant a conceptual approval, and we would not be taking a preliminary action because the planning commission must see the project before we do. So we will not be taking an action on this project before it goes to the planning commission for a decision. So just so you understand this, it's all very interconnected. Planning has, the land use clearance has some findings they have to make. We have to make our findings, and the planning commission has to make theirs as well. So, okay. So we want to see them come back with those comments addressed, and primarily the circulation plan, the story poll, and the site visit. And then was there, is there anything else?
Story poll plan,
I'm sorry?
a plan of showing the story poll.
They can coordinate with me through the planner in preparation of the next hearing, so that I will take a look and say, yes, these are the story places we want story polls, so that we
Madam-
don't have any issues.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, may I ask a question similar to how Tony was
Yeah.
asking at the end there? So just for clarity, it sounds like there's no action that you guys take right now.
Correct.
But as far as the massing and the location of the buildings, it sounds like we're all on the same page and on that level, and that would be the level needed to
Well,
proceed with
like I
planning.
said, we want to see, we want further information about building S, and we want story polls. Story polls usually indicate that we're wanting more information so that we can understand how the building sits on the site. So we don't usually ask you to story poll a building when it's still kind of moving around and is nebulous, but it sounds like you've already relocated it and you have a position that you prefer, and so this is an appropriate time to ask for story polls. So we'll move forward with that. And I think I think building S is the big stickler right now. I think that's the one we're not.
I mean,
The vineyard building, yeah. So that one, and like I said, there's no approval. We don't just say, we don't take an action and say, yes, you've received conceptual review, there's just no action. We're giving you the comments. This is where we're at. As far as, would we, in conjunction with the planner, at this time, I would not say, oh yeah, you're ready for planning commission. I don't think you are. And I think that's the consensus of the board. We're still thrashing out a few things. That's why we want to see story polls on building S. And the circulation plan needs some slightly more detail taken to the next level. Right? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And we will go to item number 5, 22 bar 00206, Los Alamos Investments LLC. I'm going to take a short break, and we will come back for item number 5.
Are you okay? That, at least it's going, it's not
Let's start video. Go ahead.
All right, so I've already called item number 5, Los Alamos Investments LLC, 22 bar 206. And the plan is up on the screen. All right. So we also have quite a few people here who are members of the public who wish to address the board on this item. So I'm just gonna briefly run you, you may have been here before, but I'm gonna say it anyway. What we're gonna do is I'll read the comments from last time. I'll ask the applicant to go through and tell us how they've responded to the comments and any changes they made. And then we will go to questions from the BAR, which are for clarification. They're not meant to be a conversation. It's meant to be a quick on our part and on the applicant's part in response. Then we'll call for public comment, both in person and online. And then we will come back to the comments from the board, and that will be very much a dialogue amongst the board members. So, and then after that, we'll, doesn't look like we'll be taking an action because this is here for conceptual review and there's no action taken at this level. For members of the public, the purview of this BAR is we look at architectural and landscape design. We look at the massing, scale, style, orientation, layout, site circulation. We do get into some lighting eventually. But at this level of review, those are the main focus. That's the gist of what we're going to be focusing on today as far as our review. And yours, we'll ask the public, we'll give you about 3 minutes. We've got a little timer. We'll give you about 3 minutes for your comments. We'll let you know if you start to go over. We would appreciate it if you focus your comments on things that are within our purview. That helps us. But if it's your 3 minutes, you can talk about whatever you want. So if you want to talk about density, you want to talk about traffic, you want to talk about fire, you know, a whole bunch of other things. Yeah, they can impact us in our purview, but really they're much broader issues and are really the purview of either planning department or other decision makers like the planning commission. Okay. So the comments from last time, the massing of the buildings and the spacing between them is repetitive and monotonous and is not consistent with the existing varied development patterns found throughout Los Alamos. For example, the lack of variation in roof pitch and height contributes to the homogeneous suburban effect. The 5-foot spaces between structures do not allow for landscaping between structures. Large-scale trees are critical to the development of the neighborhood environment, and due to the density of the site plan, the spacing between structures may not allow for the growth of trees to mature size. Consider giving the duplex structures a unique architectural style as compared to other structures and to be able to increase the side yard setbacks. The current design feels like a suburban development and does not match the pattern of the existing town development. Look at site circulation with traffic calming ideas in mind, roundabouts, bulb outs. The roads are in very close proximity to structures with very little protection in between, and there appears to be only hedges and fencing as a barrier. It was suggested that study be given to security issues with entering and exiting the development on the Highway 101 side. The density of the development may not be compatible with the character of the existing community. No action taken, project may return for further conceptual. And I think we have people here in person who wish to address this. All right, so David's going to be doing Dana White. He's going to be flipping the pages for you. So just let him know what you need to be looking at. All right.
Thank you, Chair, members of the board. I'm Peggy Jones, and the agent for the applicant. We're happy to be here today to have continued concept review of the project. I just wanted to provide some clarification of where we are. We're still in the concept design phase of this. We have not submitted a formal application to the planning department yet. We're in the process of doing our technical studies for all of the geologists and traffic, circulation, parking, et cetera. So all of that is underway. We wanted to come back to you for continued concept to focus on the architecture and the landscape comments from before. So just understanding that the circulation components and feedback, we're waiting for the benefit to have the technical study for that. So with that, we have our architect and landscape architect walk through the process.
Hello, everybody. Kevin Moore, architect for the owner. Thanks for seeing us again. Unfortunately, our last review, we had some technical difficulties, so I wanted to take a step back and go over our design concept with you, just so it's clear. As you can see here on page 11, we're trying to design for community. We want to create a place for people who want to live in a close-knit neighborhood. So to do that, we're creating these clusters of pockets around green space. So David, you're able to just point at some of the green spaces in between there. Yeah, so that's a good example. And these clusters and pockets are connected to the other pockets throughout this little neighborhood with pathways and walkways. And this will help form the larger community and connections to the amenities spread throughout. And some of those amenities include a pool, fire pits, community garden, play areas, and scattered throughout these different pockets. We'll get through that in more detail. We shift to page 15, please. Those shared outdoor spaces at the center of each pocket are key to the design. The front doors and porches face the common space, and the residents surrounding will have a sense of responsibility, oversight, and ownership over that particular space. So you can see the green space in the middle. We have porches, steps up to those porches there. There's pathways that ring those spaces. And there's a low fence defining what's public and what's private. And then you have a small front yard, and then you have a porch. As a result of the flow of daily life, neighbors will encounter each other while on the way to get the mail, while in the garden, or sitting on the porch. These interactions will foster relationships and a meaningful sense of community. Kids can play freely in these traffic-free spaces as cars are relocated to the back of the house. So you can see just in this little pocket how much green space is common. And you can see that by putting the roadway access to the garage, that makes that element secondary to the overall design. And the roadways actually are adjacent to garages and the parking spaces. They don't actually get that close to the actual houses. We shift to page 7, actually. Then let's jump to page 18, sorry. Sure. So this is an aerial view of Los Alamos. Everyone's familiar with that on the southern side of the freeway. And you can see the proposed development over on the right-hand side of the green sort of lighted. The point of this exercise is to try and talk about the density in relationship to open space and built environment. So over here in the center, lower center of the screen, you can see some of the other more recent developments. Just to the left of that now, in the lower center there. More recent developments where the density is pretty high, and the built is definitely a greater ratio than the open space and the landscape. So if you take a look at our proposal, relatively, you can see what is actual structure versus what is open space and landscape. So our approach is different from the typical car centric plan community where the roadway takes you to the front door of the house and the garage dominates the public facing elevation. The house dominates the site, the outdoor space is secondary, and neighbors may not even see each other. So we're trying to sum it up, we're striving to create a park to live in, not a parking lot with houses in it. So let's just jump now to the comments and I'll try and address those. Comment A, where we talking about adding variation to the design. That was a good comment. So we took a look at that on sheet 24. What we've done is we've added variation to the ridge heights by varying the roof pitches. Oh, we're in a different sheet number for some reason.
It's par for the course
Okay. Let's see, let's scroll down.
today.
Scroll down on the sheet list.
29, maybe?
Keep going, there's some bird's eye views. 38, 30. So this is looking over the freeway out at our proposal. What we've done is varied the ridge heights, roof pitches, added various hips and gable ends and porch carvings to try and modulate that what you responded to before. So there is greater up and down, there's greater up and down movement, as well as in and out, especially along the elevations facing the little pockets. Comment D was about the side yard being 5 feet wide and concerns about that. Go to page 10, I believe. Okay, let's scroll down to one of the floor plan sheets. So, for instance, 27 and 26. Actually. So, while yes, there is a, if you see on the level 1 floor plan, there is a side of the house that has a 5-foot side yard. The other side of the house has, it's 10 plus feet of open yard along that side. So the variation that's going to cause throughout the plan is going to provide area for additional planting, landscaping, mature trees. So it's not all 5-foot setbacks. We'll skip to comment D. We've added a duplex type to vary that elevation and plan. And it also, I think that's the following couple of sheets.
Nice elevation.
Well, regardless, this is one of the elevations of the duplex. We've been able to add additional side yard setbacks by modifying the plan slightly, modifying the exterior appearance with the upper level balconies and railings. And comment E had to do with the design feeling like a suburban development and not matching the pattern of the town, just town development. We feel like that compared to what's in the immediate adjacent area of our proposal, what we're proposing is unique, yes, but it's providing smaller, more reasonably sized units while also providing large amounts of open space than what is typically seen in the Next comment had to do with the roadways feeling close to the structures. I spoke about it a little bit before. The roadways are designed to be secondary at the rear of the units, abutting the garages and parking areas, which will keep that traffic and noise, and I think the concerns, keeps the cars away from the actual residents themselves. Then I will let Stacy a little bit more in depth about the landscape. Address those.
Can we go back to the site plan? I'm Stacy Isaac, the landscape architect of this project. Number 9, 11.
That's a little bit loud.
Okay. I know it's more.
We've been having laggy issues all day.
Is there
It's
a
going
way
much better
that
than
the
last time.
speech could be directed a little bit, because we really can't understand. what
Sure,
you're saying.
can you can, we can back that up, or, yeah, there you go.
Great, thank you.
We have everyone moving furniture for us too.
That's what I'm going to. Okay, so this is the overall site plan. I'm gonna walk you through it again, what we did, and then go over some of the changes. What we've done significantly is looked more at the grading and drainage and all of the retention, biospherics and everything. So along the frontage road that, you know, we're looking out at the freeway here, we are doing a double layer of field grown olives, but they'll be large, probably coming in at 18 to 20 feet each, all along the frontage road, you know, more in tune with the valley and the agriculture, with just a single car entry at the beginning. And the first road you see coming across the site, that's the road that leads on the back ends to the houses, to the garages and the yards. And then we're going to have a fence, if you want to look at some of the concept images, we can look at that next. Just a nice pipe rail fence with hot wire in it and low. But what we're trying to do is we want to screen the houses and larger trees off the back of the house, because, you know, it is the freeway that we are facing. And we are aware of that, and to layer it as well, to bring down the massing of the houses as well. So then when we go up to the center LA, if you can take the cursor to where you see the trees there, and then we can run to a blow up as well. Actually, it might even be easier to break this in. Can we look at the sheets? I'm not sure what numbers. And I'll take you through the front, and maybe it's just easier to. take you guys
It'd be 13, David, I think, start
the
there.
blow ups, yeah. So this breaks down the frontage road better, so you can really see what's happening. We had to split it in two because it's so large. So you can see the frontage road coming down, and you can see the main entry where they added a turn lane coming out. We will have sidewalks and adding more. Stone monument, simple, and you come in, and it's a pretty wide right of way, and we've added swales to the front, boulders. We're gonna keep it very simple, gravel, but lots of olive trees. Then coming into the road, you can see here that there's all the guest parking, which is going to be set in gravel on this side of the road. And then across the street, then let's go to the next section. So this takes you to the middle of the site now. So go up the center lane, and you're going to get to where we have the big grouping of oak trees, and to the left is a big community space and open lawn where we have some fire pits, barbecues, just right off the side street there. Then the pathway that connects, and that's really all the front yards to the development is in here. And to the right is a big community garden fenced in, and some more open fields. So it feels like everyone has semi, you know, everyone kind of has a stake in the landscape here and the community spaces, and there's lots of small niches for people to meet and hang out, like fire pits off to the side, up to the right. You can see above the community garden, but not in it. So there's a sense of privacy, and back here we have a little barbecue area. So like every 4 or 5 homes have these group places where they can meet. Then running up, you can see also too against this side screening all along the road. So we're probably going to do a ligustrum hedge which is, typical Apple Valley, easy to keep. And some more split up the right. Then can we go to the next block, please? So the next section going up is another community area. We get to the end, it's a big pergola on the turnabout here. So it's kind of more of a drop off zone, I think, for people loading, unloading, sending kids out. At one end, there's a community garden. At the other end, there's barbecues. You can see the main pathways. So most of the circulation, pedestrian circulation, is focused on the interiors. And there's path throughs going up the street and around, and we try to add as much circulation as well on the perimeters, but we think most people are going to want to travel within. Another community garden over here. This is Price Ranch Road to the right. And if we go to the next block. And this is kind of all of our open space that's adjacent to the creek, and this is where we're going to be treating all of the stormwater. And pressing it, it's all bark mulch paths around, but right in the middle is the pool club for the entire community. With just the structure in the front is just for bathrooms, locker rooms, sauna. And then those are just open cabanas, just shade structures. And we can't cross over, you can see the line right there. That's our 50-foot or 100-foot setback from the center of the creek. And there's just a small natural play area here. All of guest parking is gravel. And we have an ADA space adjacent. And then it's just open for dogs, park, people walking, running, highly accessible, but just very natural, all natives. We did remove a lot of the big oak trees too, by the way, from your comment earlier. So against the houses, we'll switch them to the more medium size, but at the same time, I want to, how do I say this? When you have massing, you definitely have to bring it down. Okay. That's it. Yeah, comments?
Okay, any questions from the board real quick before we go to public comment?
Or Kevin, you want to come up, please? Madam Chair, I have some questions.
Shoot.
Thank you for the presentation. Have you given any thought to, and maybe you could talk about how this might work with, I realize you're on the other side of the freeway, but how is it connected to the broader community? How is it not a gated community? How is it connected to the rest of Los Alamos? And are any of the amenities that you have, I mean, is it public? Can anyone walk through there who wanted to? If somebody wanted to come over and walk the trails, could they do that? Is the pool open, or is it only exclusively for the people who live in this, what you call neighborhood?
Well, the plan is not to have a security gate at the driveways or anything like that. So I suppose people can drive through, but like as typical with a planned community, it's, under common ownership. So we have to talk about it with the owner, like how that might be handled, how the public access could be. Ideally, somebody could just walk through the property and walk over to the creek side and use those amenities as well. I'm not sure what the legality is.
It's not a specific part of the program. You're working to make it be a regular
public
neighborhood like we have anywhere in any other town. You can just.
Well, I think that, excuse me, I'm the owner, and I think the idea is to integrate as much as possible with the community of Los Alamos. The whole idea of within the community is to make it a neighborhood, to make it have these shared spaces where you look out on your neighbors, whether you're on your porch and you see your neighbor on your porch and you go over and say hello. I think it would be not in the overall scheme of that to segregate it from the rest of the community. Just the location of the parcel is a little bit separated. It's not on the other side of the freeway. And, but, you know, the ethos of the project is to make it a neighborhood, both within itself and as part of the larger community.
And then, thank you. And then my other question is, are all of the units 2-story? Or are there any 1-story?
There are, well, there's 2 existing houses that are 1-story. The majority are 2-story.
With either 1 or 2 units?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
I just had a question, Stacy, with the more medium trees, I guess, for those smaller spaces, what were you thinking?
Like, probably, we're gonna switch to like desert willow. 1 feet, to them at that, you know, a lot of red dot will go in there. Still want to bring in the oaks and the sycamores. I mean, I'd love to try my hand at more line of calmness. It seems to do better out here in the valley.
And are the spaces between the buildings, there's some that are 10, but are there some that are only 5?
Well, each parcel, if you can go back to one of the floor plans, we biased where the house sits on the little B parcel within the overall. So there is a 5-foot setback or a 5-foot side yard to try and increase one side of the house to 10 plus.
So is there a fence on the property line? I mean, well, so there'll be the house 5 feet, a fence, and then 5 feet a house.
Not necessarily. Sometimes there's the way the house will work out that there's a 10-foot side yard or 10-foot plus side yard.
Yeah.
The house 5-foot side yard. Then the adjoining house may have its 10-foot or 12-foot side yard up against that. So it's not always going to be houses from shoulder to shoulder. It's going to have some variety.
So would you say less than 50% of the side yards are that 5-foot condition?
Where there's 5-foot to 5-foot together, yeah. That's what we're trying to achieve.
Are you familiar at all with the Lagunitas development in Carpinteria? That one similar in terms of the spatial relationships.
And to go into a little more detail on the fencing, the intent is not to have, 6-foot fence down the entire side yard. So that might run up to 10 or 15 feet from the front yard, and then it'll drop down to 3 or 4 inch.
Yeah.
And so just to have a little bit more open.
And just wood picket styles in the front.
Any planting between those side yards, any trees?
Oh, yeah, I mean, on the private property portions, you can't, because that's up to the homeowner, but absolutely everything else.
What's the overall height of the building?
It varies. If we go to the elevation. So for instance, the sheet 33. So you can see that it's roughly the top of the ridge is about 26 feet on this particular version. And that's, essentially a 9-foot plate for each floor. Go to the next sheet down. This one, we buried the roof slope, so it's 24, 25 foot. So there's a little modulation.
One more question to my recollection, there's 3 single-family homes on the east side of this property that are of similar heights.
If we go to the photos, early.
The question was, it was my understanding those houses were built in a flood zone. So could you talk about maybe, is there any portion of your project that's in a flood zone?
A good portion is in the flood zone.
And how do you accommodate that with
So there is some grading that has to be done to bring the portion that's adjacent to the letter or the numbers 12 and 11. That portion of the site has to be brought up, so the residences can be brought out of the place.
How far?
Yeah, how high?
So I believe there's it's about a 48-inch rise at the worst case.
Yeah.
But what we've done is, in order to try and minimize that disturbance, we've taken that as our worst case. And then we've taken the houses and done them on a raised foundation. So although the house that takes the ground floor out of the floodplain. So the house is elevated, but the topography, we're trying to minimize the change of that topography.
So you have about 8,500 yards of import, or is it just coming off the site? from other areas?
It'll be a mix, but there'll be some import. Yes.
I was wondering what the ratio is from owner occupied to rental.
Currently, it's all for sale.
And then what is the percentage of open space that we see in the entire development?
Gosh, we have to, I'm not sure I know that offhand, but it's.
Isn't it on your sheet?
Well, the areas are, I'm not sure if the percentage is.
It exceeds the minimum requirement, it incorporates the portion of the parcel to the north on the north side of the creek as well, as part of the open space requirement.
It's well above the minimum.
Any other questions?
Yeah, real quick, I'm sorry, I missed it. You were talking to Puck about the fencing in between the houses, and I missed that. Was it there's little picket fences between, or no?
Well, the intent is that where the house is, so 10, 15 foot back, there would be a 6-foot fence in between the houses, so as a shoulder to shoulder.
Okay.
But as you get to the front yard, that fence would drop down to a neighborly type
Okay.
fence, so 36, 40.
Okay, great. And I think Peggy mentioned that there was some other studies that was happening with the circulation that you're looking for. Is that?
Heidi, those are underway.
Heidi.
Do you want to?
Heidi, for Peggy Jones.
Traffic portion of it?
Sure, I'm just gonna circle back on the open space, so the requirement is 15%, about 4 acres, and our proposal right now is at 19.5 acres. Yeah, I know that the last hearing, some neighbors and others talked about the exiting circulation of the board, price range growth, et cetera. So we have a technical study underway. In fact, it should be due in the next couple of weeks. So we'll have the benefit of having the data to guide the site plan and make adjustments as needed. And so we'll have the results of what those are, but it's underway.
Okay, thank you. Good. Good. Mhm.
The public comment?
Yes. So members of public, we have some here. So the first one is Jolene Goodman, followed by Neil Goodman.
You want me to go first? Should I, we're married, so.
Oh.
So that should have that. I counted one page to compare that, so. Thank you for letting me speak. It was nice to hear from the architect and landscape architect, to see them in person and the owner. My name is Neil Goodman. Both my wife and I are residents at 360 Price Ranch Road. We purchased the house in 2008, and for many years, I divided my time between Los Alamos and Chicago. In 2018, I retired from my academic position at Indiana University as Emeritus Professor of Fine Arts, and I'm now a permanent resident of Los Alamos. Although I taught art, I continue to have an active career as a sculptor. My commissioned sculptures have included large-scale indoor and outdoor works for museums, convention centers, parks, universities, and corporations. I've collaborated with architects, designers, engineers, fabricators, and installers. At the university, I also chaired the Space and Planning Committee for close to 20 years, which principally oversaw new construction and development at the university. My work as a public artist has always taken into consideration site and audience, as successful works of art need to be both aesthetically pleasing and well-sited. Also, understanding the community is essential, as what I create affects others, as my work will be with them for a very long time. With my own experience as a starting point, the proposed project is troubling for several reasons, many of which you reiterated on your comments when you introduced the project again. But I'm summarizing my thoughts based on the plans that were presented that I saw when reviewing them recently. Density, the approved original PRD, which means planned residential development, allowed for a maximum of 46 units. The proposed development supersedes this by more than 1/3, and in this regard is not in compliance with the existing guidelines. There is a lack of green space, houses are crammed together, and they additionally tower over the existing landscape. There will be little room for additional parking, and cars exiting from 101 will need a quick turn to enter the development. Exiting or entering on Price Ranch Road is equally problematic. It is barely adequate for the width of 2 cars. It is a compressed development crammed into inadequate space, more typical of urban as opposed to rural planning. Design. The proposed development is also the most visible enclave to town for residents and visitors. The design is anonymous and lacks any cohesiveness or integration within the town of Los Alamos. It could be anywhere, but we are somewhere. Los Alamos has a unique identity which should be celebrated as opposed to erased. 2 paragraphs, can I finish? We're going to stop.
Keep going.
Okay, good design is a roadmap for both now and the future, and in this respect, the proposed development falls far short of its potential. Water, internet, flooding, noise, and night sky are all concerns. Safety is another consideration, as Los Alamos lacks the resident police force, and for those walking to town, there's not adequate pedestrian crossing. I'm going to stop with that and just summarize my last paragraph so we can keep in one guideline. I was aware that when I bought the property, there was a possibility for development. I am not opposed to any development. However, I am opposed to this development. And with limited resources and questionable infrastructure to support more housing, a careful review of the town's resources should be in order. The plans as presented will benefit neither the occupants, our neighborhood, the town, as well as the county. I urge the developers to reduce density, improve aesthetics, and to create a roadmap for the future that can be admired and embraced by the surrounding community.
Thanks, Bill.
I'm not as well prepared as my husband, but worked on his with him and didn't think I'd speak, so I'd have to excuse me if I'm kind of bouncing around with it. But we bought the property back in 2008 as our retirement. And I had disclosures given to me when we bought the property that it was that parcel had a future, it was a PRD 46. Asked my realtor what that meant, and it was that 46 homes could go on that property, including the 5 homes that were already there, would mean that there would be an addition of 41 homes, possibly at maximum, built on that property. And I was also informed that a winery was going to go in with the plans for that behind. So we bought the property knowing this. And then they come up with this plan, we get this notice of 69 total. That is far surpasses what we anticipated. And then when I had read about the PRD, I thought, okay, I don't know if you're familiar with it, the PRD zone is applied to areas to ensure the comprehensively planned development of large acreages within urban areas as designated on the comprehensive plan map that are intended primarily for residential use. The intent of the PRD zone is to promote flexibility, innovation, design of residential development that will encourage the provision of desirable aesthetics and efficient use of space while preserving significant natural, scenic, and cultural resources of a site. Encourage clustering of structures to preserve a maximum amount of open space. Allow for a diversity of housing type, and provide recreational opportunities for use by both the residents of the site and the public. This is a closed community being proposed within a small town that has already an open community. We have a community, a group that meets, everybody is welcome to within our community, not a closed community that only those little people that live in that little setting can get together in their front yards. I don't know about you, but when people are living and working in a place, they are friendly with their neighbors, but usually you don't have enough time to go and gather in the front of your house because you're working and you're living there and you're part of the community. And I don't think this belongs in the zone.
Thank you.
Next up is Vincent Armenta,
Armenta,
Thank you.
he's not here, I'm going to be forwarding some of his information. We're from the Native American community and have our own perspective on things.
Okay.
I'm Rex St. Ange, if I can step up.
If you submitted a slip, she'll get to you. Yep.
Yep, you can go ahead. And then followed by Ray. Ray? Yeah.
Well, hello, everyone. I'm a former paleontologist, Baylor County Natural History Museum. I'm chairman of the Horndow Plan, which is federal and state recognized, and also I write papers in archaeoastronomy for the California Journal of Anthropology, and working on one for Harvard University on genetics and Native American drift. We've occupied these hills and this landscape for over 13,000 years. So our evidence lately from Los Alamos has been a whole cache of pipes used in Chumash ceremony by our spiritual leaders called cloud blowers. And they're all from Los Alamos. We have another ancient Los Alamos collection in Santa Barbara and at the Natural History Museum. I practice the religion. I'm a spiritual leader from my clan, which incorporates scientists from all over the world. They're an open religion. There's a new museum going in down the street that's going to be highlighting some of these things. We have several village sites that were submitted to the county related to this project that are in and around, like locally around that area. We're not sure where some of them are. During earth moving activities, these may be impacted. For us, big cities and things and lights, when they develop, they come in more lights, we have light contamination and that light. Our creator and our religion is the North Star Polaris, which is a lesser magnitude star and hard to see. Every year we're required to go around to the different sites as the year progresses and the sun rises at various places and do ceremony and offering for our ancient sites. So when we do that, a lot of these sites, we can't even find the North Star without calculating it because of light contamination, and Nilima means time to pass. It all has to do with the year progressing and the seasons changing and our life within this landscape in the natural world. So as a scientist, I look at things and I realize there's natural progression and layers of human habitation upon human habitation stratigraphically through time. I get it, but we're still here. We're not extinct. So we still go to our sacred shrines now. As a paleontologist, some of those sites are within that project area are sites that are known to produce fossils and vertebrate fossils, things like that. And they're scattered out through stratigraphy, through space and time. So we never know where we're going to hit those. So applicants will hire neurologists, archaeologists, paleontologists, whatever. They'll go out and look and they'll do a surface survey. Then the dozers come in and they 3 feet down hit something that nobody knew was there. If proper monitoring isn't in place, these things are destroyed. I've been on projects locally where we found mastodon and mammoths, been told to go to the other side of the project. They blast through it with a dozer and they say, we're going to pay the fine. So it's cheaper for them to pay the $8,000, the $15,000 to destroy the site than it is for them to have archaeologists, paleontologists actively recover and work that site. So we have horrible things going on. I don't want to whine about it. It just happens to be what we're dealing with as Native Americans. Vince Armato also mentioned that there's historic buildings on the site. So he wants to know about that. Height and light contamination near a sacred site or potential one or village sites affects us. You know, we'll end up, if it's a closed community, out on the sidewalk certain times of year, looking for the North Star, making our offering and our prayers, no matter what anybody does in the modern world that we're faced with today. So I'm gonna leave it at that. I know you guys are doing everything you can, and I appreciate that. On projects that are potentially this sensitive and this sacred, we'd like a higher nod toward theologies and a better historic research and just kind of hold them to a higher standard. We appreciate that.
Ray Silver.
My name is Ray Silva. I live at 455 Price Ranch Road. My wife and I bought that property that we live on. We used to own, my wife used to be part owner of the ranch that they're proposing on putting these different homes on. And it was sold because there were several owners and some of them didn't want to sell it, they sold anyway. And that was kind of a sad thing because that property was bought over 100 years ago. And anyway, we bought one of the small lots there and from a relative built our home 21 years ago. And it was understanding that way back in the 60s that they were going to build 42 homes on that ranch property. And there would be single story homes. But one of the criteria was that whoever was in charge way back then, that the owners of the property before they could approve that, they had to clear the creek 1 mile in each direction in order to keep that creek running. Well, so they decided not to build anything on it. Anyway, part of our home is on a floodplain. And the rest, most of that ranch portion that the construction for these homes are going to be going on is in the flood. We had to go up 2 feet in order to build our home. The house right next to us was built in the 60s. They are 2 feet lower than we are. And the property right next to them, which is a lot and they got for sale, is would be also, they would have to come up 2 feet. So it means the house in between would be 2 feet more than the house on either side. Now, as far as I think the gentleman spoke about, they would have mailbox We're afraid people could walk over and get their mail. Well, here in Los Alamos, we don't do that. We have to go to the post office to get our mail. I spoke with the postmaster, and the postmaster told me that there was only 3 boxes available. The post office building is a small building, so they would have to build a bigger building, I suppose. We do have a fire department. I don't know whether they could handle more homes. I also know that they're going to be building 52 more homes on the west side of Los Alamos, and that has been approved. That is not going through this process. As far as traffic, and I know I'm just going to speak shortly on that, and that is that there was one fatality accident on people coming off the freeway going off the northern exit. And the lady was killed because they come off of that at 60 miles an hour, and the sign says 45. You can imagine what that's going to be like with all of these homes there, that one stop sign there. I'm sure that Caltrans has no idea that this is being done. And so that's going to be a major problem. So notice there that where our home exists, that if they put a home, 2-story home to the side of ours and one behind us, that they could actually step over into our back property. You can look at the map and you can see that. As far as community concerns, well, let's say me and my wife, we believe that everyone should have a place to live. But that property is not it. It's not the place to build these 2-story homes that make it look like that is not a community.
Mr. Silva, you've gone way beyond your 3 minutes. If you could wrap your comments up, we'd appreciate it. Yes, please.
Yes. Highway 135 through Los Alamos, from time to time, can be closed down so people can have community get-togethers. Or they can have a drinking party. So it's viewed as a street, not a freeway. So if you can imagine what that's going to look like with all of these 50 some homes now on the west side and all of these properties on the east side. Besides, we don't have the infrastructure to service those people. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
I hope they find another place to build this place.
Heather? How do you pronounce your last name?
Soderquist.
Silver. Okay, thank you.
I think I like.
All Christ Steve, okay?
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I've only lived in Los Alamos about 3 years since Steve and I got married. I've become very involved in the town. We volunteer a lot with the senior center and the men's club and all these other things. But a few other things struck me about this project, the way it's being put together. A, from your drawings, showed there's room for 2 cars. You got 2 kids, 2 teenagers who drive, and 2 adults who drive, and then all their friends. Where's everybody gonna park? So that's a traffic is a big concern. Those kids are gonna walk to school. Our school is already full. And we're having this kind of same discussion with the builders that are gonna build on our side of town. With where are these kids, how are they gonna get there, the traffic, kids are almost being hit now because there's no place for the cars to turn around and park and pick up their kids and so on. And these kids are gonna have to walk under the freeway to get over to the side of town where the school is. What about that? The water, one rainy season does not a drought cure. You know, we've been in a drought for 18 years or longer, and it's a big concern like that. The post office,
the fact that we don't have a police force at all, we have a 1/4 of one position, the guy's gonna be there in Los Alamos, and he's a deputy sheriff, I don't know what he's gonna do for that period of time. There's no place for the fire department to go in and out, and the trash trucks to go in and out. And you want these kids to all kind of congregate in the middle, well, it doesn't work that way. Kids need a little bit of space, even in apartment buildings, they have better space things than these just these little green belts in the middle. And being people right on top of each other. It's just a bad idea for this little bitty town. Can't do it.
Thank you.
And then, Steve?
I think you covered it well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
We don't have any raised hands?
No.
Okay. Board, who would like to jump in feet first?
I'll go.
Okay, would you like David to plonk a drawing up there?
Sure, let's just go back to the site plan.
David. That works.
And Bethany, this is Nicole. Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
I'm not sure if this will be the case, but if there are still comments this time that are, for example, very similar to ones from last time, maybe y'all can let me know. I'm just gonna keep them here in the event that that happens.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, I've been a resident of the San Ynez Valley since 1975. So I've seen a lot of changes. I live in Los Olivos, and I don't know, about 20 years ago, there was a development proposed that was considered an eco neighborhood. And I think this project shares a similar lack of insight into the community in which it's being built. And that because of the scale of the community and the way it was developed over a long period of time, it's sort of quirky and diverse, and some of the architecture is great, some is not so great. It just doesn't matter because it's this very coherent community that really works together. And I feel that, and perhaps I didn't express it strongly enough, I was maybe talking too much about the detail, that this, and my daughter lived in a neighborhood like this in Tustin. It was great. I mean, it worked in Tustin, but it feels like a very different animal than the rest of the community. And the way the massing of the houses is created, the sight lines to that massing, you don't see those little interstitial spaces. And when you're talking about those volumes, the difference between, say, 5 feet, which is like this, and 10 feet is frankly not that big of a deal. You're reading these roof massings together, and when I look up at the street, all of the porches, there's very little in and out, and I appreciate some of the articulation you did and adding some duplexes, but getting back to sort of my initial thought is that maybe I missed the boat in terms of talking about the actual approach to community development. I mean, you've hit absolutely all the right chords, all the right notes for a certain type of development in Scottsdale, Arizona, in
outside of Philadelphia, these things pop up in the farmlands. But they're connected to very urban areas, and this is simply not that. And so I would really encourage you to actually look at what Los Alamos is and try and create something that responds more to the community. And I think that's really all I need to say.
That's the question. Is it too late for the public comment?
Well, I did close public comment, but
I know, directly, I'm looking at this now, I think it's very good.
yeah, and you do fill out a speaker slip.
Before can I do that?
You can do it afterwards, but state your name up there. And
Okay. Can you use my slot?
it's not a question of somebody's. Public comments, period.
I'm tying my shoelace, so.
Well, we don't want any accidents. I will ask you to stick to your 3 minutes though, sir.
I will. Set my timer for 3 minutes.
We got one.
My name is Michael Nicola. I'm a resident in Madison County. I'm a resident in Los Alamos. I'm a real estate broker. I'm a real estate developer. I'm not insensitive to this process from both perspectives, from the community and from the development community. What I have noticed in the many years that I've been living in Los Alamos up to this point, and now with both of these subdivisions, going in, is that there is a sort of a singular lack of communication and input with the community itself, going to what you were saying. This community, if you as a developer had created some sort of a focus group within the community and talk to the people who live there, your project would look quite different. If you were talking to real estate professionals who work in the immediate area and sell a great number of homes there, we would understand a little bit more about who buys in Los Alamos and what people are looking for, including the mass of seniors who are desperate for places to move out of their larger homes into something smaller and to be able to stay within the community that they love. This project has value to the community, but it needs to be better integrated into the community. It needs to be mindful of the fact that almost nobody wants to buy two-story houses in that area. Everybody is looking, usually our buyers tend to be either young couples with a kid or people who are retiring or seniors who don't want stairs. It's an important factor. It's something that we get asked about all the time. Is there nothing that's a simple story? The other element in the room between both the legacy property and the property that you're doing, we don't see any element of affordable housing. They bought they're paying a fee to get through it, to pass it on to somebody else. But the reality is, as the dynamics of Los Alamos are shifting, and they're shifting radically very, very quickly, adding between this and the other project about 25% of the population of our community. Everything gets stressed out. All of our infrastructure gets stressed out. The neighborhoods get stressed. Businesses get stressed because they can't bring people into work in these businesses to serve the businesses because there's no place for them to live. We have one small Section 8 housing development on the other side of town, which is the waiting list to get in. And I know I'm almost done. I just ask, please try to listen to the community, reach into the community. These people care. Some people have lived there for 60 or 70 years. They understand it. We know why people are moving there because of the flavor of the community. This isn't the flavor of the community. I think it's right.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to respond.
Can we get, you're actually part of the applicant. You don't technically have a public comment time. I would really like to get my board comment, and then if you have a
Okay,
quick
well then I'll be
response at
happy
the
to
end.
speak to anybody afterwards.
Absolutely,
I just don't
absolutely.
want to kind of like, I mean, I've lived here It's 1976.
understand.
I went to Los Olivos High School. I went Los Olivos Elementary School. I went to Rio High School.
Well, let me just get my board comment, okay?
I am in touch with the community and I don't.
Jeff? Somebody's got their mic open. Oh, did you get it? Thank you. Cass?
Okay, well, gosh, I mean, I've got pages of stuff on this. I appreciate, everything that the neighbors have said. And I would like to also underscore, Los Alamos is an old, cool, funky place. And we don't have very many old, cool, funky places anymore. And it's not just the people who live in Los Olivos. People like to come up from Santa Barbara, wherever, and go to Los Alamos because it's such a great, cool, old, funky place. So I will also say, I'm gonna kind of jump around here a little bit. We need housing, it's very important. So there's a tremendous opportunity here, and you've got a great team right over there. So I know that this can be done. But when you look at the picture there, I don't see anything that says Los Alamos. It doesn't look like Los Alamos. And if we blow out and look at the whole town, it just doesn't feel like it. If you look at the elevations also. And I especially appreciated the gentleman who just spoke about, the two stories. It's really true. The two stories are problematic. Everybody's got hip replacements and everything else these days. So I think there's a tremendous opportunity, and I think that you can get there. I think that the design right now, I understand, also, I would like to say that the design review, I think we're very clear at the first meeting in November. If you look at the comments, A, C, and H specifically, we addressed this very clearly, right up front, right out there, that this was not the kind of development that is the typical pattern. So I had only wished that we might see something more like that and that we would be able to move this project along so that we would be able to start realizing housing that we so desperately need sooner rather than later. But unfortunately, we need to go back and, sometimes you have to take a step back to go forward. So I don't see it as a negative. I think that there's many, as I said, some opportunities here. And I think the community is totally willing to help and work and to really make this something that is truly of Los Alamos. And that brings in some more housing, maybe not quite so much, I think it is over, I think it's pushed a little too far. And I think the style should be more random, I hate to use the word. It just looks like we've seen this many places. You can drive up the coast and see these types of developments, and they are very common. And so looking for something, and I know that this team can do it. I have full confidence that they can. So let me just see if I have anything else. This is the challenge of our time, to figure out how to get housing. Maybe smaller, like the gentleman said, smaller units, one story, more randomly placed, more, really go and look at that pattern of the town and how it can embrace the entire community so that everyone gets the opportunity. I know you've got the freeway there, but how this is completely open. So people who want to go over, and maybe the pool could be a public pool. Maybe you could consider something like that. But really, I think this could be something brilliant. And we are looking for these types of solutions. Everybody's struggling with housing now. And so let's take the challenge and let's hear what the neighbors said and come up with something that really is going to be a win-win for everyone. And I'll stop there.
Okay. Marla?
I concur with both of them.
Lowell?
Well, so the site's 17 acres and, if you had quarter acre lots, Just in single family homes would be much more in keeping with the existing, more dense development in Los Alamos. I just can't wrap my head around the verticality of this project. So I think that would be my comments.
Got it. Yeah, thank you. I agree with Puck and Cass, but I would add that to me, I had hamburgers in Los Alamos in 1970 with my grandmother, so I know the area pretty well as well. But to me, a historic building pattern would mix up the type of people, the type of abilities, and to me, what I see at Los Alamos is a mixture of well, not just single family, but multifamily. And I know I'm out of my purview because it's zoning, but different heights of the buildings and a little bit more of a historic gridded pattern would start to match what we have there. And at the same time, blend in with the community a little bit better. That would be my comment.
Okay. I really don't have much to add. My comments are that it's a wonderful project, and if it existed in a vacuum, I think we'd approve it today. You know, but it's the intrinsic in situ, you know, the genus loci of it, I think is what we're all kind of struggling to get our heads around. I think there are a number of approaches. I've heard people allude to them here, both on the design team from a design perspective. And I just think the Cass is spot on. I think this is definitely something that can be accomplished. But I have, absent even any of the marketing, for example, I have a real tough time with the fact that everything's two-story. You know, it's especially given the amount of space is taken up with the footprints, and then the fact that not only we're spreading out, we're going up. So it's hard to really make that finding for the neighborhood compatibility with the fabric of Los Alamos for me. So I'm kind of with everybody else, stated slightly different. And thank you, Cass, for highlighting for Nicole the comments from the previous time that were directly applicable. I think that's it. Now, sir, did you wish to take a couple minutes and respond to anything?
For me?
Yep.
Sure.
Well, you don't have to, and I very rarely let people do this. I'm being
Okay, well, I'll
very,
just,
very
just
nice.
say, not 3 minutes, but 30 seconds, is that, I appreciate all the feedback, both from the board and from the neighbors and the community. I think this is part of the process to come up with something that is beneficial for everyone, and provides housing. As I mentioned, I've been here since 1976. I went to local schools. I live here. I want to make it better. I have 5 children. If we don't build housing, they're not going to be able to live here. So I think there's a balance that we can meet, and I'm internalizing all of the feedback today, and we'll come back with, incorporating that. And again, I'm happy to speak to all the neighbors that actually spoken to Tommy on the street, and actually, Neil, and knocked on your door, your home. But I hear you're the mayor of Rice Ranch Road. So I'm happy to speak at length and incorporate this. But again, appreciate everyone's feedback and look forward to concluding the process.
Bethany, I have a question just because somebody told me something.
Okay.
Has the Los Alamos community planning group been disbanded?
Yes.
Yes, I was appointed by Joan to be on the board, but then it was disbanded because of the change.
Change the
District,
supervisors.
Nelson. And according to Tina's.
The redistricting,
review,
you mean?
we were supposed to have, that was supposed to be the meeting group that was going to vet some of these complaints and communicate with the town, but we no longer have that. And I've asked Bob about that several times and he's not interested in reforming the group. And this is a perfect example of why we definitely could use this kind of community involvement. Because so many people have such great ideas in this town, and I think it would help everybody with better communication.
Thank you for clarifying.
The communities, we're not animals here.
Right.
I wasn't reading that from anybody, from the applicant or you. I don't think the board feels it's adversarial. I think everybody's trying to reach a consensus here.
We all care.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
I just
Yeah.
think this is we've demonstrated this is an opportunity for the developer and the
Mhm.
community to get together and come up with something better, there's an opportunity there to make a good project even better, so.
I was gonna say, even though it's like officially disbanded, in spirit,
Right.
there's no reason why you guys just can't keep going and call yourself something else.
Trust us.
We're working on it.
We're working on it all the time.
I'll do it, Madam Chair.
It's the unofficial.
Would it be appropriate, or is there anything that, CBAR could do to make that statement to, encourage, besides what Puck just said, and what the community obviously is doing, informally, is there anything we can do to help to urge that to happen?
We can urge
To the
the,
supervisor?
no, not really. There's no direct method for that.
Yeah.
Well, if I may make a comment, it was really helpful when we worked with Joan because we were a direct arm of, we were connected to her. Doing it with that out of ad hoc, things meander into
Yeah, it
like,
does.
who does this connect to? And so it would be useful to try to reincorporate that or to suggest that to Bob, because these two developments are perfect examples of why community input would be positive and it helps everybody. Because our goals are to create, sustainable aesthetic housing, which has historical value and keeps the fabric of the community alive. And those things, those things sustain themselves now and for many years to come because they create tourism, they create value, they create connections, all those things are positive. And I was a little bit, I felt a little bit amputated when Bob came in and just said, no, we're not going to do this. I'm not interested. So if you could forward that thought.
It's not, there's no means to do that.
Not right now. I personally, I could, but,
Yeah.
I would just say also, to follow up on that, is that it's essential because these things impact everyone. And so if we want things to move forward quickly, then everybody has to be together and have input and then be pulling together. Otherwise, there's one thing happening here and then there's unhappiness over here and then there's conflict. So it's really important and it's really essential. I'm just really happy that you all came out and spoke, and I'm happy that the applicants heard. So I would encourage you all to continue.
Because I would like to say that, because we all get our mail at the post office. That's like everybody getting together, someplace and playing poker or playing cards or checkerboard or whatever, and they get to talk. I mean, when I go to the post office to get my mail, I am talking to 4 or 5 people before I leave. And that happens every time I go there. And my feelings are that this project was kind of like something that what we were talking about here just a few minutes ago, got shoved down our throat because we didn't get together with the planners and the people in the community and say, okay, you know, this is how our feelings on the matter, and this is what we want, this is what we would like, and we will buy into this if we can just come to some kind of agreement. And I think that's what has to happen.
I appreciate that, and sadly, there's no way for us to facilitate it. I mean, we can put in our comments, please work with the community, but it's a comment. And the owner has expressed a willingness and a desire to meet with you, and I hope that that's followed up on, and that you guys can reach a consensus, and as we move forward, and that things start to gel for everybody. So that's the best outcome, and let's cross our fingers and hope. And, you know, but we're working within the paradigm of what we have, sadly. So, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you, sir, for expressing some feedback and willingness to work with the community. Yep.
Then this is just continued, right?
Yep.
Continue next, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Item number 6, 22 bar 00235 Mahoney Bar.
Thank you for your comments.
Thanks for
Bethany, for the last one, it was returned for further concept.
Further conceptual, yes.
Okay, you said no to it.
Well, I mean, it's in the box for you guys. And so. No, but the other thing, yes, is all access.
Thank you. It's helpful when they're identified.
No, and I do too. I put the name to.
Yeah, and he was, and then all of a sudden.
We get a lot of.
I know, then all of a sudden they just started pumping in here.
Bethany, are we waiting for something, or?
Okay, Nicole, can you hear me?
Yeah, are we ready to go?
Yes, we are. I'm sorry. I called item 6. I think we have somebody here for it.
I can't.
There we go. Okay. And this was continued from December. Okay, good afternoon. The board appreciated the project, identified top and bottom of the wall for retaining walls, etc. on grading plans. And you received preliminary approval last time, and I think your project's up there.
Project here, it's, you can see the barn here, on the, right there, on the Kayak product. The parcel is north-south, much more linear. So we're at the north end of the parcel. And if you go to the next page, Super over this area. So here's the building. It's a little bit hard to see here. Share the wall elevations are called out here in the motor court area. And these are two Gabion retaining walls, that angular shape. Those two,
On both ends?
They're 4 foot, and then there's a separation, and the next one's 4 foot. And those are sandstone fill. And so that's the approach on the south side, and there's a similar symmetrical version on the north side. And then the other thing, which wasn't on the plans last time, if you look at the roof here, you'll see those dashed areas. Those are solar panels that we've added.
Okay.
Those are on the back side, so you don't see those from outside.
Okay.
The hill rises to the upper left here. And so that's about it. And then we've added a number of details on the last 2 pages.
Okay.
That's just the topography. This is the building here. You can see the solar panels on the upper left here. The northwest elevation has the solar panels shown.
Okay, and I think when I read the planner memo, if we keep that just a second, oops, wrong one. Put that. Okay. So here's the planner memo, and I think there was, the planner has said that the 2 vent cupolas exceed the height limit by approximately 4 feet 7 inches with a maximum height of 23 feet 7 inches.
Those are allowed as architectural elements.
I was just gonna say they're considered an architectural projection,
Yeah,
and
so-
so there is no need for an exemption.
We could remove them. It kind of,
No,
it's a nice look,
it's
but-
okay. I just wanted to close the loop
Yeah.
because this is part of the record.
Yes.
And I just wanted to make sure that we got back down there and explained why, even though the planner's letter mentioned an exemption and so on and so forth, why that's not necessary in this case.
David, would you go back to the elevation page for a moment?
I'm on the elevations.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
doing
sorry.
it.
Here we go.
I'm David. I'm Vanna now.
It's a little bit hard to read the lower note here, but you see on the upper right there, the dimension.
Yep.
Hold on. Yeah, that's noted as what it is. Yeah.
How about this? How's that?
You see, it says
Architectural element, yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
architectural.
But I just wanted to make sure that for purposes of the record,
Yeah.
that we made it clear that this counts as an architectural projection and doesn't require any kind of exemption. But kudos to the planner for being thorough.
Yes.
I really appreciate it.
She apologizes. She had a second.
No worries. I just, the planning staff is great. They do their job, so.
And then the last 2 pages of the step are architectural details that were added.
What's your section?
There's no change to these. Here we go. Just some typical wall elevations, the downspouts, and a typical lead.
Okay.
And then we have the window door schedule, and just the typical doors. We have the barn door on the left, and then the person door in the middle, and then on the right is just a single window at the half
Okay.
bath.
All right, that complete your presentation?
Pardon?
Are you finished?
Yes, thank you.
Say yes.
He said, yes, thank you. All right, any questions? Public comment? Okay, seeing none, let's go to the board.
I'll make the motion for final approval.
Second.
Oh, who seconded? Wow, that was Robin. That was like the fastest second in the earth. Okay, any further discussion?
Thank you.
All in favor? Aye.
That's the fastest time today.
Thank you.
I think it's lunchtime. We're all hungry.
Yeah, I do admit that I get hangry.
Yeah. I was afraid we were gonna break the lunch.
Are you guys ready to do the minutes?
When I saw the crowd.
Yes, we're gonna do the minutes, Nicole.
It
All
was
right.
standing alone. Right.
Okay, so thank you so much.
Thanks for
Thanks for waiting.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, Nicole, you want to share your screen so we can do the minutes?
Thanks for hanging in there.
Yeah, no worries. I'm sorry that you guys had to deal with all of that before I looked.
No, no.
Looked a little.
Yeah, they don't pay us enough for that.
Okay, keep your attention, board.
Or back to YouTube.
We're trying to do our minutes. Okay, final on consent, that's cool. Scroll to the next one.
Or is this there?
I'm sorry.
Can I take this?
Oh, I think they keep that.
No.
Do you?
Do you have a stamp?
I don't know, but I can stand it.
No, I should keep it. So, okay.
Yeah.
I have another copy for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he'll take it and he'll return it, to you.
Oh, okay.
Can you get this out?
I can mail it.
You mail it? Okay.
Yeah.
Either way, I can buy it.
And I can take a picture of it.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I can bring it next.
Okay,
Yeah, you can.
if you want to take it in the same way, you can do that.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So.
Thank you. Guys, are we back on the minutes on the screen?
Yes, item 1.
Yeah, great. Thanks. That's fine. Okay, thank you, everybody. Yeah, appreciate your-
Thanks. Have a great weekend.
We're gonna get some food.
Okay, so can we, guys on the board, C and D are my comments, both of them, even though they're opposite. Could we wordsmith this for Nicole? So tell her how to, so this was the one that had all the spoil that they were gonna be redoing and. Can you zoom in a little, Nicole?
Yeah.
We're
give me
looking
a
at this on
second.
a projection screen.
Yeah,
so-
hold on.
I would just say is not consistent with the original.
Okay.
What was that?
In order to create a flat site, but removal of a null in order to create a flat site is not consistent.
Okay.
There you go. Yeah, and root BE too.
What?
Is not consistent.
Just say is not consistent, get rid of the B between not and
Oh.
consistent.
Okay.
Okay.
Next,
Well. Yeah.
We're still on number 1, hon.
okay.
That's what it says, kitsch. Oh, is lovely. I think, just say it's appropriate.
So get lovely and, yeah, perfect. That's good.
And then, the house. D is fine. All right,
Are we good with that?
yeah.
All right, number 2.
There's 2 L's in well.
You have a spelling on number 1 there, typo. Eagle eye cast is gotcha.
Which one?
2 dwelling.
The 22 bar 000233 El Yamato, new single family dwelling. It only has 1 L.
Oh, well, that's on the agenda, so it's too late to. It's already printed. Okay.
For the next time around.
Me.
Appreciate the choices. I would say too, because it was to the main and the module, it was both structures, wasn't it? They each got a trellis? How about just, we appreciate that a trellis was added in response to prior BAR, that trellises were added in
Yeah.
response to. That covers that. Okay, perfect. Now, this is the one where preliminary approval granted on the condition that the quantity of glazing be reduced. So this is gonna take some, you guys are gonna have to, we're gonna have to work at this a little bit.
That's what I said.
Yep, no,
Yeah.
it captures the intent.
And then on C, I would say the proportion, pattern, and size are not fully resolved.
The windows are, you would get rid of,
No,
Not
at the
the-
end of the sentence, and just cut that out.
yeah, the proportion, comma, pattern, and size is not fully resolved. Yep,
Yeah.
there you go. So, there you go. There you go.
Do we say fairly or just say are large and vary in size? Fairly.
I would say large.
Large and vary in size.
Okay.
Take fairly out.
And then it would be the proportion, pattern, and size are not fully resolved. And then, on
And
D-
the roof cantilever on the garage, it's not so much, I don't know, what I heard people saying was that it felt like it was unsupported. Not that it was out of proportion.
Yeah, feels massive.
I have proportion in my.
Okay, but I think it's important to say that it was a feeling that it was
I
unsupported.
would just say, comma, feeling unsupported,
Okay,
Structurally.
feeling structurally unsupported.
Not emotionally. Sorry. Okay.
that's all right.
I do say consider adding posts.
I think it's up to him how he wants to resolve it. If you want to say that, you can.
Well,
That's
it would be
fine.
an easy way to fix it.
So she
Sure.
said,
I did say
Yeah.
that.
it was on, I think it's,
Consider adding posts.
yeah,
Yep, she got it.
she got it.
Okay.
Hardscape abutting structures, recommend adding.
It's about the hardscape.
Oh, really?
Denise.
It would be rather than have hard scrape abut the structures. I think, right?
That sounds good, like good grammar, about the structures. Recommend,
But I mean, the way she's got it right now, what I said was.
Are we frozen? Hello?